Hello, everybody. It's Saturday again. I don't think we have any big announcements. Sunday is still Melancholy Melody, and Tuesday will probably be some more Mech Warriors. There won't be a Wool Gathering, as stated at last Wool Gathering. And then next Saturday, I think we're on the normal schedule as always. Nothing big and new currently, though that may change by the end of the stream or may not. I want to apologize if I seem a bit sluggish. Didn't get a lot of sleep. But other than that, I think that's truthfully everything, unless I'm missing something.
Perhaps one thing.
And what was that?
I believe you just had a special day, Arch.
I didn't have to do
Only
taxes.
yesterday.
I haven't had to have my prostate examined either, so no, I haven't had a
Yesterday
special...
was Arch's birthday!
It was also
Do we
Friday.
get to sing Scuffed Happy Birthday? Or did we do that enough yesterday?
That day's done and gone, alright? There's no Christmas #2, alright?
There fucking should be.
Maybe there should, yes. But,
Christmas 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Christmas 2 Electric Boogaloo. It should probably be like sometime after May, I'd say.
It's just Christmas in the summer.
Christmas, and that's what and it should just, one day we should just make it snow during the summer, just because. Call it Christmas #2. Then it'll have people confused because it comes before December. Alright.
Well, that's it. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you for saying that. I guess we can go into the normal things since you guys kind of have the gist of everything that's going on. So give it the D20s. Let's get that going.
But roll 20 log. Now it's because I completely shut down my computer since last time.
Well,
God damn, I hate my digestive system sometimes.
Called fiber.
It's okay, Spaz. Sometimes we hate you.
that should not be like that.
Well, I'm going to step away for a moment. Otherwise, we're gonna have.
What if you're the one doing it?
Fiber and water, man.
wait for
Fiber
me.
and water. Gosh. If you have the runs, lots of cheese.
Yeah, just use the reversal.
Yeah, bind it up. And if it's too bound, you know the drill.
Kill yourself. Don't do that.
Constipation. That's what
Yeah,
happens
you're
if
a
it's too
team.
bad.
Yeah.
Don't endorse that. We don't endorse that.
Dysentery.
I think we live in a sanitary enough environment that dysentery is not something that people encounter, if at all.
Yeah.
But, you know, fell over here with getting gangrene inside his body.
Gangrene, trench foot, you can call it. I've had it all.
Bell does not take care of himself, so if
You
it
take
comes
care.
to,
I just go to shitty places. That's what it is.
he doesn't take good care of himself.
I don't get choices in that.
Seriously, I've heard some stories.
I
Alright.
expect to go to a restaurant and not die.
All right, so we'll have Aria roll me a d4, but before you do that, odds or evens are the ones that you want, so that you get to do the recap. So which one?
Odds.
All right, so if it lands on odds, you do the recap. D4. You get to do the recap.
Shot yourself in the foot.
Well, thankfully, it's a fairly easy recap. Group spent some time gathering some items, talking about the plan, splitting up into 3 groups. The first of which is Naoma and Elenan going into the prison to try and get our friends out. Specifically Mao's sister and Otium. We need to get both of them out. And they've been doing good. Making their way through, taking out guards, being badasses. And now they face the warden. I think that covers it.
Anybody else have anything to add, or?
Lots of preparation was done, going and buying objects and items, quote unquote, necessary to get our jobs done. Other than that, just prep, a little bit of talking, and action.
From what I believe, Stolen will not be joining us tonight.
Unfortunately.
So wish our fish boy good luck in whatever ventures he has today. But with that, yeah, I do think that was the recap. As the group inside readied themselves to either ambush or subdue the warden as he entered, or as they enter, ended up finding out it was a familiar face, the individual Duke Rust. Now if I recall, Ellen, and you had something held, or something that would trigger on something, or were you just at the ready?
I was at the ready.
Got it. As the door opens, you're met with a towering figure. The new polished armor with the identifying mark across one side of the helmet with that rustic orange color stands Duke Rust. In one hand, you can see a long, almost glaive spear, a very broad head on the end of this spear, and on his back is strapped a very tall shield. In the other hand, he has a weird, or closely resembling some form of arcane instrument. Now, where are the... Oh. Well. Hello. You're not guards.
A little short
Not
to be a
quite.
guard, aren't you?
Think there's only one dwarf here? So, no, we're not.
Okay.
Is there anybody behind him?
Make me a perception check.
$27 good enough?
Yeah. There's no one else.
Okay.
What do you want?
need you to release my friends here so I can transfer them.
You're transferring your friends. Are you keeping them as a slave, or are you just trying to fancy foot around saying breaking them out?
You're not very good at this.
No, no, I'm not a sociable person. Come on.
Well,
Hey, I'm back.
so are you trying to break out? Are you having a housewarming party?
We're rescuing friends that should not have been here in the first place. Honest mistake on y'all's part. Well, your leadership's part. You would just release them, we can be on our way.
Yeah, sounds fine. Are you wanting all of them, or the ones that got this far?
I'll point to the two behind him. Just those two.
Oh yeah. He'll stare over at the guard that's still lying there on the ground in the corner. You know he's alive, right?
Yeah, he should be tied up.
Okay. He'll walk over to Autumn and place this circular stone with the like a similar colored blue arcane rune on it. The touches the collar around Autumn's neck. He turns it to the right and pulls it down across the front. As you hear this click as the collar drops to the floor. He'll step over to Mao's sister and does the same. So how you get now?
If he just blatantly says, I'm like,
We'll figure that out when we come to it.
All right.
Honestly, I'm kind of disappointed I had to kill so many
I'm
of
not.
these guards. You're not?
These ones down here don't work for me.
Oh.
They just have me hold the key.
The rival then?
No.
Okay.
He'll walk over to the guard that you have tied up.
That one speed up, but not
Do you have
too
any
badly.
you have any spare clothing? I can get him out of this and throw him in a cell upstairs.
You're throwing him in a cell?
Yeah.
Uh, I do not have any script. I mean, he's tied up, so.
That's fair, but it's not like I can throw a guard into a cell upstairs with armor on. And I'm not dragging a naked man behind me.
This sounds like a great idea, though.
Yeah. Oh.
I'll find some rags probably in the back, won't I?
Yeah, probably.
Will do. I will say, if you go the same way you got in, I'm assuming you came from the ramp and not the staircase.
Yes.
If you take the ramp, you'll avoid the floors in which I'm in charge of. So if you go to those floors, I will then return and kick your ass. So take the ramp out. Understand?
Yep.
Good. He'll walk
Where you-
away and begin to head towards the set of doors that lead further back.
That was easier than expected. Once he's gone.
Oh, I do believe we're in for a bit of luck. So,
Going through this door.
So, so he just said,
Let us
yeah.
Yeah, basically.
He said, "This is not my fucking problem. Goodbye."
Well, because he doesn't get punished for having escaped prisoners because they weren't from his level.
Yeah.
Ah, so he's just like, fuck this shit,
fuck
I'm
this
out.
guy.
Yeah.
Fuck this shit, I'm
He,
out.
he basically looked at this and was like, I'll die if I fight these guys right now. Let's not. Stay away from my stuff.
I hear
Hope you
Calvin
guys-
Melody's voice.
Yeah.
You know, that was not the outcome I was expecting. Though, with that being said, I feel like that's just setting up some other fuckery to happen later.
Probably. Now, if I remember correctly, there are traps here.
But do you remember correctly?
I do. Hmm.
Those definitely look like spike panels.
I'm gonna investigate this. See what
go ahead and give me that roll then.
what exactly. Oh, this is gonna be an advantage because I forgot to turn it back. Oh wait, no, never mind. I did turn it off.
Damn.
24.
Oh yeah,
Were there-
the entire bridge is, from what you can tell, there are pressure plates that activate a series of different traps, darts,
Okay.
spikes,
Yes.
and even at
Lava.
one point, a boulder that will drop from above you and destroy the bridge.
Ooh.
Awesome.
Okay.
You even lift, bro.
Just catch the boulder.
There are 5 checks that you'll have to pass of disarming the traps ahead of you.
Oh, God.
5.
So you have that one that's close to you. Group one, group.
Okay. Hmm.
Oh, you really just drew them on.
They're there. The little pressure plates are there. So
I thought that was just a weird aesthetic. I didn't think those are the pressure plates.
Arm or risk it and try and get across without using it. I don't want to risk it because those two back there are injured, pretty messed up. So I'm gonna at least do most of these. I'm gonna start with the first one. Guessing thieves' tools.
I believe it would be these tools to disarm the trap.
Okay. $26.
We'll disarm the first trap.
Do you roll anything lower than a 25?
Not right now.
Dude.
Motherfucker, just have to jinx things. Okay. I'm gonna go on to the second one.
All right.
Well,
See? You jinxed it, you bastard!
Make for me a dexterity saving throw.
fuck.
In comes the boulder.
24.
Okay. So you'll take half this.
Fuck.
Half of 500 damage, still death.
Don't say that shit. Oh no.
Saying, you were saying?
You'll take 10 points of poison damage as you were pelted by darts.
Okay. Manageable.
Okay. Now, Spaz,
Yes.
shut the fuck up.
You're really not good at this, are you?
Gun for it again. 22.
That will disarm the set of pressure plates.
Not my fault. I swear it's not my fault.
Every time you say something, it gets
All your
worse.
fault.
Not.
All right.
It's been your fault.
Going for the third. 22.
Got that landing on that angle there. About gave me indigestion.
That is sus.
Let's see here. No, that one will pass.
Okay. So that was, hold on. 1, 2.
You've passed 3.
4.
You have 2 left.
Wait.
1 fail, 2 successes, Spaz. Math.
The groups you can have multiple fails on, and still be punished
again.
if. Yeah.
Fuck.
No. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh
Awesome.
no.
21.
It will be halved.
Yes!
This one will be the spikes from the ground.
God.
Being stabbed is still being stabbed.
Yeah, stabby. when the rogue gets shanked.
Minus.
I guess you are the one that ordered the stabby meal.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah, lucky.
Delectable melody said.
A lot of these are
Delectable.
low.
Oh, good.
You'll take 7 points of piercing damage.
Yay. Going again. $21.
All right, I'll pass.
Yay! I'm
Last
winning.
one.
24.
That will pass.
Yay!
You,
Is the
you
door
win.
open? I didn't even think he'll ask. But
At
safe to
the,
come across.
at the end there,
Yeah.
there's no door. It's two large
Oh.
open archways.
Okay. How long has it been since we entered?
Roughly, I'd say 10, 15 minutes. No, not the in there. You had to wait a little bit. So yeah, it would be about 20, 25 minutes.
Okay. I'm gonna second wind. I get 4 hit point.
Nice.
All right. Well, from here we have a choice. I'm going to be very quiet about this too. We could either try and wait for our ride to come back, or we could move forward.
Honestly, I'm not in the condition to be fighting my way out multiple level.
Yeah.
And I don't think you're built for lengthy combat. There will be a problem in getting out.
Yep.
So, did you have planned for that?
Yes, we needed to wait an hour until our compatriot comes back around with the wagon.
Guys, we could be famous. Twice over. They hit literally one after another.
Yep.
They've been doing that a lot recently. It's kind of annoying.
Lucy, you're already famous. Don't worry about it. All right. Spaz, do your job.
Damn.
Get Shrek.
Spaz isn't even here. Jeez.
Well,
When he's needed, he's not here.
This boy has worse
When he
bowel
gets in
issues
the way,
than
he is here.
Damn. Boy has more bowel issues than somebody who just had Taco Bell.
uh,
All right. Well. So to start, or we. What do we do from here? You're the rescuers. You have a plan. I mean, you got this far.
so she came. Oh, wrong button. Down here, went down through there, right? On the wagon.
No, you guys came from
No.
the steps. That's
Oh,
still in front of you. You guys have not gone up towards the ramp.
okay. So in order to get to the place, we have to either go up the stairs or up the ramp. Yay.
The stairs are where you guys came from. What you were looking at on this side with all of the crag is not a ramp. it's a buffer wall. It's a buffer space.
Uh-huh.
So if somebody's attempting to dig their way through a wall, well, guess what? We now see the hole in the wall.
Yeah. Okay. And then over here, it goes up towards the ramp and out towards like the courtyard or something.
Incorrect.
Incorrect.
You guys came down a spiraling path and ended up in front of a gate,
Okay.
which funneled into a staircase and dropped down some to this area.
Okay.
This staircase is where you came from, and you pressed onward from there.
Okay. So, where's the ramp thing?
Through the
said-
staircase.
Through the staircase. So we have to go through the staircase no matter what, and then we go to.
The area down here doesn't seem to slope or go on in directions forever. They either meet rock wall or seem to drop immediately into some form of chasm.
Okay.
There's no ramp or continuing path. A lot of that area in that way would seem like it's maybe even sitting over an avoided space.
Ah.
Like the area other than the exit is also a trap.
Okay.
So you're heading up towards the ramp?
Yep.
Got it. Right. Lucy had Taco Bell. I see. It is worse. Spaz is just
Lucy
gone.
always has Taco Bell. It's like her
Lucy
go-to.
Lucy
Oh my
lives at
God.
Taco Bell.
Basically, I have it
She's
like
a
3 days
VIP
week.
guest. She's a partner.
Taco Bell partner. That's right.
I wish.
You're that level of famous. All right. As you proceed through up the staircase, you will come face to face with a iron door. Through it seems like slits, you're able to see a glow from the other side. With your passive perception, you're also able to hear echoes of shouting and yelling. What do you do?
Shouts and yelling.
Shouting and yelling.
Okay. I'm gonna press my ear up to the door, and I'm going to listen and see if I can hear more specifically what they're shouting and yelling about.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check. You are
Bruh.
able to tell it is many different voices, and the cascade of different words or statements makes it makes whatever they're saying inconceivable.
Inconceivable.
Reverberation's a bitch.
Yeah. It's muffled mostly, seems like from a distance, though whatever is happening, it is giving cause to concern by whatever voices are shouting.
Been about 30 minutes, so we could just wait for another 30 minutes. Attempt to break out then when she comes back around. Based off of my memory, how far would it be from this door to where she would be able to come through and pick us up?
Give me a history check.
Story. Nice.
From what she told you, she said it would take her 30 minutes to head down and up. That would be the total time. She said you have a 30-minute window to get done what you need to get done.
She should be coming back soon. And this wouldn't take too long. Okay, I'm gonna turn towards the two behind me. And I'm going to use my ring again to cast invisibility at level 3, so they are both now invisible.
All right.
All right. You two, this makes you invisible to the naked eye. It will end if you attack anybody, so do be careful of that.
All
It
right.
targets 2 people because it's a level 3.
So what? Are we waiting for something?
We're going to come out of here, and she should be back soon. So once she comes through, we'll have you two get onto the wagon. Now we'll attempt to hide on the wagon somehow.
Your confidence is overwhelming.
Seems like a half-baked plan, but hey, I've seen worse.
The idea is to get you two out.
It seems like there's more planning getting in than getting out.
Yeah.
All right. I won't waste the incantation you've cast.
Only if you need it. I'm going to carefully open the door, trying not to let it squeak or open too much so that we draws attention.
Okay, so you're opening the door?
Yes.
You go to open the door. And it doesn't open.
Oh. Is it locked?
From your passive, it appears so.
Okay. I'm going to try one of the keys.
All right. There's only one last key. So yeah,
Yeah.
you slide it in there, you turn, and it unlocks. Roll me a stealth check for the door.
Yay!
That was
22.
almost bad.
That would have been it. Wow.
Love the single digits on every side there.
All right.
Oh.
And you, as you open up the door, that glow that you saw on the other side is visible.
Mm.
As you open the door and take a breath in, your lungs are immediately filled with smoke.
Oh, fun. I'm gonna pull a little bit of the cloak in front of me, my mouth and nose. And I'm gonna be looking around, trying to see what exactly is going on.
Give me a perception check.
24.
There you go. There's a high number. As you begin to look around and listen, you can hear the shouting of what you can only surmise to be either inmates further below or guards, or even both, shouting about fire and escaping.
Oh, fun.
As buried beneath those sounds, you can hear the clodding of hooves against stone. As you look to your right, as you see this masked horse and caged wagon pierce through the smoke with Laura on the back.
Yep. How far away is she?
She's closing in about 20, 30 feet or so.
Okay. I'm gonna open the door. There's no guards around, assuming, directly.
The guard that was at the door took you in and was one of the first individuals you killed.
Yep.
You do not see any guards
I'm
in
gonna
your
motion
immediate
for them
vicinity.
those behind me to come. I'm assuming I still got a pocket weasel.
Yeah, you got a pocket weasel.
Yeah, you
That's
still got a pocket weasel.
yeah, that's kind of coughing.
I'm in a pocket.
You are in a pocket. Smoke can get everywhere.
I know. I'm in
Yeah.
a pocket. That's all that matters.
Got these tiny
Alright.
little.
Opening the door, waving to them.
You'll hear the metallic footsteps of Autumn and wooden clogs or wooden shoes clattering against stone coming up the steps,
Jetta.
calling you out the door. I can't remember what they're actually called.
Jetta.
The as Laura pulls closer towards the door, you can immediately tell that she has up in the front preloaded heavy crossbows. As she tosses you one, and her face completely covered, muffled, she just yells out, "Where's the others?"
They're invisible.
Got it.
They're here.
Get him in the back.
I'll throw them in the back.
I'm betting
throws
only
them in
one's gonna
back.
be. Didn't you say it was just a horse?
And then we'll climb on.
No, at first you saw only the horse as it pierced through
Okay.
the smoke, but I said there was the caged wagon behind.
Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't hear the cage wagon bit. I was like, wait, what?
Yes, 4 people are going to fit onto these 2 horses. One of them being Autumn.
Better get comfortable with your partner.
Yeah.
That's
Mhm.
right. As she takes the reins and strikes a horse, it proceeds off at a gallop up this winding spiral. The entire time, your breathing is staggered and made heavy by the smoke.
That pan burning. Yeah.
Eventually, after a few minutes of going up, the thick parts of the smoke begin to clear, mixing in with occasional pockets of air that have yet to be filled. But there is still this steadily rising column of smoke in the center of this burrowed shaft. You watch as you see signs going by, heading further up the alphabet. Eventually, you'll see guards standing up there with what appear to be tarps, boards, and other things on the interior side of doors, boarding them up. With your passive perception, if you glance over at one of them, you'll notice that the armor is different from the individuals you fought at the lower levels. They seem to be the mirrored, silvered armor that you've come accustomed to seeing in Auditory, as they board up gaps in the doors, sealing out the smoke. Eventually, you begin to head up the spiral as large groups pressed against the wall of guards heading downwards come across your vision and sight in these small pockets of visibility. Most of them seem too focused on dealing with the slave cart that is passing them by. Eventually, you hit this gate after passing B. You hear shouting and another individual yelling, "Close the gate." I'll let Fel do if he wants to.
Close the gate!
Oh my god.
There you go. He loves doing that. And as you pierce through the smoke, you can see an individual running towards the lever as Laura grabs the heavy crossbow from the seat next to her and just fires it off at the guy.
I'm gonna shoot one too.
You rolled it. Rolled a hit.
I'm just gonna use my short bow for the attack.
All right. As you both quickly
Nice.
fire off towards this guard running towards this lever, her bolt strikes the hand, knocking it to the side as yours hits the back of his neck as he spins and drops to the ground. Eventually passing through the gate, the smoke still chasing behind you. as you look forward, seeing a brightly lit area in front of you, but no exit at the end of this ramp. The horse is going in full gallop towards the stone wall. And as the horse makes contact, it passes straight through.
Oh.
As the carriage itself taken through behind the horse through this wall, you have that same sensation pass over you as you shoot through the wall out into the exterior from the bottom half of the hole on the opposite side from where you've entered before. Now galloping towards the exit, or towards one of the thoroughfare streets that will lead you out of Auditore. With the warehouses to your left, the walls in front, and far to the right, the plaza where you lost a friend, and also that plaza holding the escape route that those bounty hunters used to leave. So the horse begins to gallop straight in that direction. As you look behind, a steady stream of smoke beginning to billow out from this odd section of the wall into the air above. Shadow, you see your cue, or at least you see smoke.
Well, I suppose that is the signal then. It's the right direction, correct?
It's your cue.
I'd believe so. I mean, the only thing that way is the warehouse, harbor, and the jail.
Well, all right then.
Are you ready to climb this wall?
Let's do it. I'll get out my climbing gear, and we'll start doing pittance and climbing this wall.
All right.
It is dark, is it not?
Somewhat. But for you, it's light enough. There we go. Let's do this.
I can't see Jack.
Nope. Give me a second.
You're good. I'm just letting you know.
Can't believe I ended that up within that way.
Dude.
There we go.
I guess it's like you said, as long
Certainly
as the guy
something.
shuts his fucking yap, you tend to...
Oh my god, it's not my fault!
Every time you open your mouth, I fail.
Okay, see, that's why I shut my fucking mouth on Wednesday. I'm not gonna say anything. If I say something and something goes wrong, it's gonna be my fault.
It's always your fault.
It's not my fault.
Even if it's not your fault, it is your fault.
It's never my fault.
Well, yeah, but still.
Whatever you say, half man.
The fuck? What you calling half man? I have no for the context of this campaign. I'm half a woman, thank you.
Oh. All right. One of those.
It's one of those. Well, if we leave out the elf part.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
There we go. These stupid ball things suck. All right. Are you able to see now, very bottom?
Yeah. And I assume we're gonna get over there, so let's
As
get
you
into
look
foliage
up
here.
towards the wall, there is about a 75-foot cliff from the base where you are up to the base of the wall. And the wall is an extra 50 feet above.
Hmm.
Ah. Gotcha. So the cliff is 75 feet and the wall is, how much did you say? Sorry.
50.
50. So approximately 125 feet. Is one hell of a fall. All right. Yeah, I'm using pittance. I'm using my
Hope you're
climbing
a
gear
good
and
climb. I hope you're a good climber.
pittance. Yeah.
And you see him load a
boy.
Pitton into a heavy crossbow. And
We
just
have
starts
an ad.
firing a couple up.
Never thought of that. Normally I just hammer them in myself, but ingeniality. I'll have to use that sometime.
Well, this way, they're in there when you get there.
True enough.
He takes a moment and fires a few in every 10 or so feet. Stops before actually hitting the wall, only sinks them into the cliff.
Okay.
All right. So,
Let's start the descent. I'm going to attempt something because I'm not entirely sure. It's low light hours, not dark hours, correct?
it is low light. That is why you can see without it being dimmed.
All right.
I have it set like that.
Well, I will attempt to roll a stealth check as far as those go, because you can always try.
Okay.
The reason I asked was for the specifics of the armor that I am wearing, which I believe I can post. Where did I put it? Thing of having a lot of stuff on here. Can I not just post it? I
I don't know.
don't think I can. That's weird.
As if I am aware of that the stream is only able to see part of the wall. That is also what the players can see. Stream gets to see what players get to see.
Yes.
Roll20 had, as I stated last time, implemented one-way walls, but apparently they don't have their instructions set up correctly. So I just turned the one-way into just a wall.
I was looking at the specifics of it, and it says that it has to be darkness in which the armor activates, not dim light. So I was just trying to post it so I could see it because it's only down there in items, which for some weird reason you can't post. I
Item
don't know.
descriptions in your inventory or equipment.
Yeah. I don't have it in treasure.
Copy paste.
I'll do that later. I will go and do that later.
I recommend putting any magical items you have in treasure. that you guys will be able to access it a little bit better. But all right.
Zeph is saying they can only see part of a wall. I'm assuming that's because that's the wall they have to scale before they get to the manor.
Yeah, it is the wall that they have to scale before getting to the manor.
Okay.
I mean, it is from their position. It's 125 feet up. It's like looking at a skyscraper and expecting to see beyond it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
I think Zeph needs to learn what rock is.
Yeah, Zeph, learn what perspective is. Kidding. All right, you rolled your stealth. You will begin to see Zivist take a whip and latch on to one of them, one of the stakes.
Right.
And pull himself up to it.
A whip, eh? I suppose that's handy enough. I'll do my normal climbing speed and use these pittance for handholds.
Right. You'll see once he pulls himself onto it, he stands on it with both feet while he whips up to the next one, pulling himself up 10 feet by 10 feet.
All right. Doing that way. All right. Let's see. You know what?
What is your?
I think I'll do something similar. I think I will use my Kusarigama with chain. I'll use my chain to start grappling onto these. Will I need to roll to hit, or how is this going to work?
It will just be a 2-hit.
Okay. Then I will.
You'll have to do this 7 times.
Okay. Normal rolls, correct?
Yep.
Let me take my modifiers off real quick because I'm not.
Actually, I do believe since your target is unable to move as a stationary object, I do believe you get advantage. Essentially, be like paralyzed to some degree.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. Let me just take +2, using it as ranged. That's fine. All right, then there's no extra thing on it. It's the Kusari.
They'll hit. You'll pull yourself up.
Okay.
Moves you 10 feet. Need another one.
Second one. 17.
That will hit. Will allow you to pull yourself up.
Okay.
They'll hit. You'll pull yourself up.
Okay.
They'll hit. Yeah. You'll pull yourself up. At this point, I will need a strength saving throw as your. That's fine. At this point, you'll have a strength saving throw since you are doing a vertical climb. At this point, you've climbed 35 feet up, or at least 30 feet up.
Normal, yeah.
Yeah.
11.
You are beginning to your arms and legs are beginning to wear out some. You notice that as he's further up than you, he's sitting on some of these stakes into the cliff wall, just sitting there with his smaller frame being able to rest on one of them.
Right. Advantages.
With the other one, you'll succeed in pulling up. As you are one behind him, he'll begin to head back up, having that only small moment of rest.
Okay. We will advantage a few more times.
Yep. You'll be able to pull yourself up.
I think this would be the last one.
Yep. You'll pull yourself up. At this point, you are standing on a very small ledge. The base of this
wall, right?
at the base of the stone worked wall.
Okay.
He'll turn and look at you. So how are your claws?
Don't you laugh at me, you little shit. You're not there. Well, let's just say clipped on one side, unfortunately. Had a small accident, but I'm sure I could make up for it.
Well, a lot of the mortar between these stones, they don't hold up very well if normally pressed up against some sort of constantly sea spray. Though, from the distance this wall is from the shoreline, I don't believe it's had too much damage. You can probably fit a dagger between the stones. So, if that helps your missing hand or climbing gear, you'll see him slide on what appear to be these straps around the base of his boots, and he begins to buckle them up his leg. As you can see, what appear to be spikes or small knives sticking out the end like small talons. As he straps on to the upper parts of his wrist, two large blades, or comparative to his size, but if you about the size of a dagger. As you see him stick these blades between the large stones where there is mortar. As they sink in, he just climbs up.
All right. And you said 50 feet of wall as compared to 75. Or no, 50 feet of wall as compared to 75 of cliff. I will take I will take a dagger into my declawed hand, and I will take my claws in the other, and I will start climbing that way. It will take my time to find good handholds into this.
Go ahead and give me an for climbing. Give me an athletics check. You have climbing gear, correct?
Yes.
I'll allow you to do this with advantage.
Okay.
Tony, yeah, you'll be able to begin to climb up. As you look over at your assassin partner, Zivist, you've noticed that instead of that dark cloak he was wearing when he climbed up the cliff, he's wearing a grayed, almost slate color cloak now. But you can see underneath the dark color as the cloak is two-toned, one lighter somewhat on the inside and darker on the outside. You suspect probably from the distance it would camouflage him from poor eyesight or somebody from far away, that this figure is climbing up a wall.
He came prepared. Okay.
You'll be able to climb using the gear and proper equipment. You'll be able to pull 20 feet up. I will, however, need a strength saving throw as from the total distance you've climbed
This is
reaching
120.
currently reaching 90 feet.
Oh, okay. You said another strength saving throw?
Yep.
Okay.
And I'll save. Now with the gear, you're able to
I do
take.
want to stress that I did mention I'm taking my time with
Yeah.
this. I'm not going at it hard.
As I was gonna say, now with the gear appropriately applied, and with that tip from Zivist about the mortar, you're able to take moments of breath, though not too long, because fatigue will set in more holding a position than continuing to climb. You find it easier to maintain your grip instead of having to apply more attention to whether or not the piton or whatever your mount is going to break. As you're going to climb up, you can go ahead and give me another athletics with advantage. As you climb up, you get about 10 feet up as you hit a patch of stone that doesn't seem to be properly put together. As you press in the climbing equipment between the stone pieces, the upper stone falls out and begins to clatter down the side of the wall.
Okay. With one hand holding on the other hand, I will ready a Kusarigama.
You'll hear some voices at the very top of the wall.
I will press myself against and ready.
As you step, or as you pull yourself closer to the wall, looking upwards, you can see at this point, Zivis has made his way up. And somewhat akin to a spider monkey is hanging just underneath the overhang of the wall. The extra get the top part. It's not the turret. It's
Ballast?
I believe it's ballast is up there, the staggered stone, as it's
I know what you mean.
projecting from the upper part of the wall. As he's holding on to it, you're able to see his back. As one hand still held in, you can see him grab what appears to be a small vial from his back and begin to climb up with one hand, pulling himself up around, as you see a gauntlet or glove grip the top ledge and a helmet begin to come over. You see him lunge himself up and attack whoever the individual was up there. You hear a small scuffle. Do you continue to climb?
I will continue to climb, but I will get a little bit out of the way just in case that man's going down.
Give me another athletics check.
I do not want to be under that man. Athletics, you say?
Mhm.
Why did it close me out again?
It does not like you.
You
Nice.
pull up another 20 feet. Do believe you have a last 10 feet to go.
Yep. So again,
Mhm.
get up there.
As you pull up to the very top of the wall now, you look over the ledge towards the pathway above.
Okay.
You see two individuals lying dead on the ground. And you see Zivis pulling coin pouches from their waist.
That's pay. That's bonus.
Yeah.
As he pockets it.
Absolutely.
You want
All
the
right.
other one?
Sure. Is he referring to the coin pouch?
Yep, he points to the other guard.
I will then take his coin pouch. Is there anything on this individual worth interest besides the coin pouch?
This is one of the auditory guards, so you are aware that they have silvered gear.
All right. Now, what does this? I'm guessing archer. If they're up on these walls,
They have.
what does this archer have?
From your immediate glance with your passive, they have a shield, a long sword, a long bow, and a quiver of arrows. Other than the full plate that they are wearing.
Now, I like the sound of the shield, but obviously it has a crest on it.
Yes. It is
That's a
branded.
bummer.
All of their gear is technically branded. The
I
only
will
thing that
take
probably
off,
wouldn't be, as you can look, would be the arrows in the quiver.
I will take a look at the arrows in the quiver.
To pull them out, there are no great identifying markers. They're silver tipped, or they have a silver head.
I will take both quivers. Are they full?
Both are full.
Absolutely great. 2 quivers of silvered arrows. Yes, please. I will take also a long sword and a shield and strap those onto my back.
Where's that meme of the overburdened archer at this point?
Oh my god.
I have 400 arrows.
400 arrows.
Dude, man, that was
everywhere.
That's what made me mad whenever I played the original Dark Alliance game, because arrows had a weight, so you could only
I am
carry.
overburdened.
Yeah. Can't carry anymore.
You may move yourself on top of the wall.
Okay, give me just one moment. I'm putting this in here. Silver longsword, and then just silver shield or silver kite, something like that.
It's a silver shield. I'll notify you if it applies a different bonus. It will be given a different name.
Okay, and then how much gold was in the purse? Or platinum or whatever he's getting paid. Peanuts, probably.
Definitely paid in peanuts.
Yeah, knowing these guys.
Itching my peanut maximum.
95 gold pieces.
95. Can I move forward or just on top of the wall?
You can move up until you can see the next area.
Okay. All right, good.
You know what would be funny if all the gold pieces were shaped like peanuts this entire time? And just Arch never told us.
Let's see. Yeah, no. What? You know what? I morbid curiosity here. What does the currency look like, Arch? Can you describe the currency?
The currency here that
Who
you're
is
picking up.
on, or what is on this coin that we are looking at? What does it look like?
So
Is it circular, ovalish?
the currency in which you, for, I guess, interpretation's sake, each region has its own form of minted currency.
Okay, so it's not
However,
exactly universal.
It is universal. They are printed the same shape. They are the same weight value. It's just different iconography on them. So these guards would be properly paid in auditory minted gold pieces.
Okay.
Because you have to think, if a kingdom has a gold mine of something, they're going to take that gold and mint it. And if they're minting it, they're not putting some other king's face on it. So they'd be putting their king's face on it, which
That's
means it's still the
understandable.
same value of a normal gold coin. So it's just minted from that kingdom.
So it's along the way of the whole, there is an exchange rate for these sort of currencies. It's not universally 100%.
Think of it like if you're playing Fallout, you get a bottle cap regardless if it's a sarsaparilla or a Nuka-Cola. It's the same.
Okay. It's just
it's still a
some
gold
regions
coin.
prefer their face over others.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
if they're minting coin, or certain people we paid in a certain style of minted coin.
All right, makes sense to me. Well then, if that's it, I will look down to my right, look down to my left. Do I see or hear anything from those directions?
Up and down the walls.
Yes.
Currently, you can see guards towards your right heading further that direction. There are some guards to the far to the left that are heading this way, but have yet to reach this point. As you're looking that way, you'll hear Zivist pulling a body up to the edge of the wall.
I'd be doing the same. I wish to hide this evidence. I don't need it being found and us being spotted.
He'll hoist the body up onto the mast and throw it over into the courtyard below.
All right. I use my grapple, make sure my grapple has a nice place hook, and I will rappel down the other side. But before I do so, I will get a look over the edge, and I don't see anything, correct?
You currently do not see an individual or animal or guard beyond that point. You do see the manor and mansion, but beyond that, nothing that would put you on guard. You see the pond, the trees, and fencing of the building.
All right. Do I see any light coming from the building?
Currently, the building is lit on the lower floor.
Okay. I drag the bodies over here, drop it down into the foliage, and then rappel down. Cover the bodies with foliage.
Zivist will jump from the top into the trees. And then, after hitting the trees, begins to climb down them.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
any idea of how we're getting in?
Well, I was told that the window was open. One of them usually is left unlocked. Something about airflow or airing something out.
Maybe he has bad gas.
Who knows?
So we have a lot of time on this one, or are we able to rob the guy while we're here?
We're looking for information. We need either to catch them red-handed conspiring with vampires, or proof of their acts in the east.
All right.
After that, we can burn the place. We were told to do so. Leave no evidence of we were here.
I'll be sure to rob him. So, you want to check the windows upstairs or downstairs?
I'll check upstairs first.
I will join you. The way it looks, I'm sure if there's any true valuables, they're not downstairs.
Probably not. One more thing.
Yes.
Any loot found here can either be split or taken as is. Doesn't matter. In the end, all that matters is really just the end goal. Deal?
Sure.
All right. Then I will go and re-roll my stealth because I'm pretty sure I can get better than that. Also, it's still dim, not dark yet.
It is dim.
Roll my stealth. Normal roll.
There are clouds coming in, but the sky is yet to be filled with them, so there's still moonlight.
Okay.
Nice.
Ooh.
Invisible.
I think he
will
disappeared
take
from
my
the
time,
campaign.
and I will. Is that ivy on the walls?
Give me a nature check.
I mean, like, is that something I can grab onto and climb? But yeah, I'll give you
It does
check,
go up a
'cause-
good section of the wall, but not the entirety of it.
Let's see if my survival can. Actually, no, it needs to be nature. You're right. Let's see if nature can tell me whether this is poison or choking, or if I'm just dumb. Well, I mean, 22.
As you approach it,
I'm angry.
the vines that you see here are not natural.
Oh. Oh no.
At first momentary glance, they seem like a dying version of some sort of thorny vine. But as you inspect it a little bit closer, there are what seem to be small pulsating purple bulbs.
Doesn't bode good.
As you lean closer to inspect it, they don't react. However, to a small touch, you watch as that immediate spot begins to grow more thorns, and other bulbous specks begin to fill that area. And the vines begin to move in that direction, but not immediately snap there.
So the bulb turns into more thorns, which then around it spout more bulbs. So the more this thing is touched, the more I can gauge it grows and becomes dangerous.
Mm-hmm. You can see at the very bottom where it's the thickest, critters, squirrels, and other small creatures that have brushed up against it and become entangled in the mess and trap that whatever this plant is.
This is some strangling ivy if I've ever seen. Good lord.
That's gonna be a yikes from me, Chief.
Oh, I need a druid. I ain't touching this shit. Nope.
Where's your pocket druid when you need them?
I ain't touching that shit neither. Like, I don't even think I could do anything with it, even if I was there.
Oh well then. And this is all around this fucking house?
It is in large patches. The area where you see Zivist at, it's not there. Up in the shadowy or the shaded parts of the home or this manor, it is pressed against.
Oh, it's in the shaded parts. Okay. Well, then I'm going to get the fuck away from that and then climb over here because yeah, I'm not about that nonsense. All right, so I will climb on the roof. Do I need to make any checks?
Nah, that is about 10 feet, so you should be able to climb that naturally
All
and
right.
be fine.
I'm going to peek into this right window.
All right. Though I will give you with your passive perception and that nature check you just had, as you get to the roof and look over the small courtyard that you were in, or the small pond area, you got to realize that a lot of the plants here, other than the trees pressed up against the fence, a lot of them, even the lilies and the flowers, are this false sense of plant, as if they're mimicking normal plant life but are something else entirely.
Oh, fuck this garden entirely.
What, do they have an evil druid in here?
Oh my god. I'm glad I didn't touch anything.
Yeah!
Fuck that. Yeah, those bodies can have that foliage. No, sir. I'm glad I threw them into... Oh god, I fed the shrubs.
No,
They're probably blights.
the bushes and trees are normal. The things at the pond and around the yard, like the purple flowers, the vines, and the flower lilies, and the pond lilies, are not actually the plants in which they appear to be.
Oh, so they're falsities. Understood. Well, let's see here. If... What are you guys...
What? We're just.
Are you wanting plant samples? I'm not. I don't know, man. Trust me, I'm not here for that shit.
No, don't do that.
If I had a pocket druid, maybe, but his mindset, he's here
Wait,
for something.
Is that a leech on that dude's eye?
It's
No, that's a eye patch.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what this is from.
One of the Ice Age movies, I believe.
Phil.
All right.
Oh, it's buck wild.
Focus ninja.
Yeah. So what am I gonna see as I peek in?
As you look into the room from the perspective that you do have, in front of you to the right, that far corner of the room, you can see a door. There is what seems it is an incense burner still burning incense. A suit of armor, what seems to be a fancy chest to the left from your perspective of it, a fireplace, a set of chairs that sit in front of a desk, bookshelf, and a statue pressed into the wall to the right. There are cobwebs that fill this room up here, and there is a smell of rot.
Smell of rot. Lovely. All right. Are either of these two windows open?
The window that you are at is open.
Okay. I will check the seal for any traps.
Give me an investigation. It appears to be clear.
Yeah, it does. Is this up here with me?
Zivis, yes.
Would you mind giving this a look over? I have something in my eye. It looks clear to me, but something's bothering me.
Are you doubting the role in which you are confident in?
Sure, we'll play along.
Okay. As you open up the window, there are no strings, there are no traps set to it. It opens up and you can see only cobwebs stretch and break apart as the window is opened. So you step into the room, you can see an individual hunch one arm forward, face into a set arm onto the desk, sitting in the chair.
This man must be either sleeping, resting, or dead. Probably dead.
Or faking.
Obviously faking.
This individual is wearing the same armor, the same attire you saw the commander wearing when you last saw him. A long coat, furred on the edges, puffy, dark armor, and
Wait a goddamn
helmet.
Hang on.
Left on the table.
And he's just slouched there? Do I hear any noises coming from him?
Roll me a perception check.
Fuck me.
Hold on, Shadow, you were aware that this was the guy we were here to kill all along, right?
I have other concerns. I have an idea of what might have happened, and I don't like the fucking implications of what might have happened. See, if I'm here to kill him, and he's already dead, that means we have other problems to worry about. Because if he's the rotting one, who the fuck was in that tavern with us?
19. There are no noises coming from this individual other than what sounds like a small scratching noise. As you stare at the individual, you can see the body slightly moving. Where there's this movement in the chest plate.
I think that's what we call breathing.
Right. I will step back and let him in.
Yep.
I'm going to ready one of my arrows and draw it on him.
On the body or on Zivist?
The individual that has scratching noises and chest shit coming from him.
Zivist enters through the window.
I immediately
He pulls a small pouch out of his bag and ties a leather patch around his nose, and you see him stuff some herbs into it. Oh god, that stunk. Oh. Did you fart?
I think it's him. I whisper.
Oh, he's dead. Oh.
I will go over. If that's who we're here to kill, I fear we have worse atrocities going on. Take 2 steps closer, and I will take a closer look at the body.
Right.
Are there any wounds on him or anything that would show this man being
Are you
dead?
inspecting this individual, like moving body parts, limbs, or are you
I'm
just
not
looking from a
touching him.
standing position?
I'm looking from a standing position.
The individual has their face embedded into the crease of their elbow against what appears to be some sort of journal in front of them. You can give me another perception to get further information other than the noise that you hear, the smell, and the appearance, the immediate appearance of the body.
Probably not with a 14.
No,
So
as you approach the rustling inside the chest piece ceases.
Mm. I don't like that. All right. Bow away. Swords out.
You pull out your sword. You hear that scratching once more. However, it seems to have moved. You watch the body somewhat begin to shift to one side as you hear the noise going down the leg. And eventually you'll see a rat crawling across the running across the floor towards the window you entered in from.
I stomp it. You know what? No, I attack it.
All right, roll me an attack.
Vampire druid, I swear to God.
Gertrude, I swear to God.
I'm pretty sure that's not how that works.
I'm pretty sure it might be. I am stealth. Does it see me?
Yeah. You are a mountain. It is to it. Yeah, it would see you.
Okay, that's fine. 22 hit?
22 will hit.
Okay. Sneak attack? Next to me and Zist, yeah?
Yeah, it's in between you and him, essentially.
Alright, cool.
So you stab it. It dies. It's a rat.
Cool.
As you puncture it, the insides will become immediately apparent of what it was doing. If it was not already obvious to you, it was eating on the individual at the desk.
The insides were the insides of this man once.
Yes.
Alright, so now that we have that, I now need to search this man for signs of death. I need what's going on. I also need this information that he is leaning on because this may be important to me.
You're doing that. Zivis just turns to the books and starts picking through the books.
Alright.
Are you're still refraining from touching the individual?
I'm going to check him now.
All right.
So I need to figure out cause of death first of all.
I will allow
Secondly-
you to either attempt to find one by investigation or determine without a doubt the cause of death by using medicine. Those are your two options. The whole, he died from a bullet hole to the head to the whole, well, technically the head
Well, let
wound
me
would have
ask you
killed him.
this. It's not blatantly obvious to where my passive would just pick it up, right?
From what you can see, you cannot see a cause of death.
Okay.
These two
So then,
would
yes.
cause you to interact with the body.
One was an investigation, the other one was medicine for sure.
Yep.
I will attempt medicine. I don't know medicine, but I will attempt it.
You attempt to move the arms, the legs. At this point, they are not stiff. As you move the arm, you can hear the sound of crackling and tearing.
Oh, so this body's still fresh. No, it's been here a while. Okay. Okay.
I think crackling signifies the first stages.
No.
It will
Uh,
eventually
Later
reach
stages.
rigor mortis.
Is it later?
yeah. Rigor mortis is minutes upwards to an hour or so after death.
After a
Okay.
certain time, the body
Um,
then loses that rigidity.
Yeah, and then it begins to dehydrate quickly. So like tendons, muscles tear, and your bones, cartilage is dried out. So you get the cracking of joints against the bones.
So I can get the gist. He's been here a while.
Yeah.
Then. Oh shit. Well, this
You
is
can
as I
try for an
feared.
investigation now.
All right, I will definitely try that. Investigation. Not bad. 20.
As you use the end of your blade to lift the head from the arm, you will notice that as you turn it to the side and expose the face, there is this hollowed look where the face is sunken in, where there are these black lines, almost like a magical burn of some form stretched across the face,
Oh.
pulling it backwards.
That's magical, and I don't know what that is.
That's
That is concerning.
yeah, I hate that.
I don't know too many
The face
spells.
is left in this expression of extreme terror or pain. The mouth
All
is
right.
left extremely open. The eyes are gone as almost these black sockets.
I need to check something for my sanity. I'm going to check his neck, both sides.
All right. As you look towards the neck, there are no puncture marks.
Thank God. Still doesn't alleviate them of this crime, but at least that's not a thing. All right. Is there anything on him like a signet ring or anything of that matter?
You can see your passive is
Pendant, signet ring, a sign of rank.
what is your
Um,
passive?
My passive should be 18, I
18?
believe.
As you look down onto the hand of this individual, you could see what a faint line around one of the fingers, but no ring.
Son of a bitch. So, the imposter that killed him and left his body here took the ring as proof that he is the mark that he killed. He's taking on that guy's. What about the paperwork he was leaning on?
Your passive perception, as you look at it, this seems to be sketch drawings of faces.
Faces.
They're not humanoid. If you look at it a little closer, they're sketches of what appear to be masks.
I will take this book with me. What do I need to write this down as?
As you close the book, you could see handwritten across on a small section on the front of it is Masquerade investigation into reoccurrences and oddities.
So I'm kind of dumb at English. How do you spell masquerade?
If you don't know, it is currently the title of this in the title of this episode.
Oh, is it now? Okay.
Yeah.
The Masquerade. Masquerade.
I'm not a language expert. I had autocorrect on when I did that, so
Masquerade
I'm not too
investigation.
afraid to, count to my shortcomings. But
You know what? That makes you stronger as an individual. Goodness. That doesn't make me stronger. That makes me worse. All right. So they're looking into this masquerade. Okay.
unfortunately, the page in which does have writing on it that aren't sketches
Yeah.
is stained over. That was the page his face was laying on.
Damn.
You only have drawings of different masks.
Drawings of different masks. Ah.
Assuming that the book was called Masquerade, I'm assuming that they look like masquerade masks.
Okay.
To some form, some of them from like the only one that he actually had seen before closing up the book and taking it. It had this full face mask with the kind of jester-esque hat bells on the top.
Oh.
I'm gonna check the rest of the house.
Yes, of course. I'm gonna see if I can find anything else here. Let me know if you find any valuables.
And if I find anything creepy, I'll let you know.
All right.
He shuts the door behind them and disappears into the dark hallway.
All right. I'm gonna take a look over this individual and see. Look at what they're wearing. I'm guessing they're wearing their full plate. Their probably signature kite, signature weapon. I'm gonna look over their gear.
They I went with that one. They don't have the shield or weapons on them. They do have what appears to be a somewhat slimmer armor than the individual that you saw before.
Slimmer armor.
No, that's not too much of a difference. As you look over the attire that the person has on, the clothing seems to be left, where you could see a belt was removed. Other parts of things were removed other than the large cloak and the armor that kind of helped put this individual into a slumped form onto the table.
Okay, so removing it definitely took that. This is definitely troublesome. The signet ring's gone. The defining armor and whatnot is gone. But we definitely have someone doing subterfuge, which would more or less fall in line with the vampire's plots. But that also means that these guys are being played against their knowledge, if possible. That's not solid proof, that's just what I've deducted. So, are there any signs of struggle in this room? I'm going to do an investigation.
All right. Go ahead and give me that investigation. Shadow.
Sorry, I was fixing a problem on my end with Discord. I don't know what the hell was going on. So, investigation roll. Just give me a moment to pull that up. Oh, that's awful. Damn, I'm getting my low ones out as well as my good ones. We've had 2 nats, both ends.
From looking around the room, either it's been too long or there has been no struggle. This room has had what it seems to you as the presence of cobwebs and the rotting corpse. What seems to be no level of activity.
Okay. Then, with this said information, I'm going to... the body is there. I will search the desk.
All right.
I will search any and all drawers, and then I will look for secret levers or hidden compartments on the drawer.
All right. There'll be another investigation check.
Of course. I would expect nothing less of myself. Really getting the shit into the stick today.
As you
Okay.
open up some of the drawers, you will find a stash of alcohol. You can put in 2 bottles of high-end brandy if you want to take them.
Sure, why not? I'll take some brandy. Brandy's flammable.
All cocktails.
Mialatov cocktails.
Oh no! Shut the.
All right.
I hate you. I hate you for that.
I will. Can I search again?
It just means you'll take a little bit longer, yeah.
Fine. I will investigate further. Hopefully with a better roll. How? Absolutely how today? Okay. I guess I'm not doing that. Thanks, game. It says I'm doing the wrong thing, obviously.
As you look over the desk once more in the area around the individual, you don't seem to find any hidden notches, drawers, levers, anything.
All right, I'm gonna douse the room in oil. Is that
You can
fireplace
always-
lit?
No.
Okay, good. I'm dousing the room in oil. I'm ready in the room. But before I do, I'm gonna take a peek over at these books real quick and see if I can find anything of use.
I'll go off your passive perception since you're just looking at the titles of books. None of these are handwritten. A lot of these seem to be books about commanding, feudal management, city management, things like that. A lot of government things. There are a few that seem to be more for recreational reading. Others seem to be books about the auditory's past, or like historical writings. Mostly just a collection of books that an individual would read in free time.
All right. I do remember hearing something about a chest. Where is the chest?
Right there.
All right. First and foremost, I'm gonna check it.
All right. For what?
Traps, first of all.
All right. Investigation.
Your shining skill today.
12. It does not appear to be trapped, though it does appear to be locked.
Okay. We are going to lockpick then.
All right. You will unlock it.
Okay. As I lift this lid, what do I see?
You will see a crossbow with a darkened band at the top, at the front end, a silvered string, and what seems to be an almost ivory butt, a stock. There is two sets of what are quivers of crossbow bolts, though there seems to be a weird insertable section on these crossbow quivers.
Insertable section, like some
As-
sort of key or something?
As you continue to look into this almost briefcase sized or like luggage sized chest, seems to be a covering. As you remove the cloth, there is a long rapier, silvered, and at the pommel of it, a carved amber pommel. Attached to the end of it is a small tassel that is colored in varying reds and blues.
Now, this crossbow, mini or light, hand, heavy.
As you look at it, it is a light. It does have a stock on it. You can give me an investigation for any further information, but this is what you see immediately. You will see 3 vials of what seem to be this light bluish liquid. The glass of the vial itself is bound and branded with this silvered metal.
Oh yeah, I'm taking all of this. This is mine now.
Guess you did end up robbing him.
I'm taking gear. I don't get good gear very often, and I'm definitely going to be paid for this in assassination. That's not even an assassination.
I heard that too.
I'm definitely going to be paid.
Listen, I've been stuttering all day. It's a very terrible thing. Well, I'm getting paid one way or another. So yes, I will take all of this. One last search on the corpse. Does he have any set of keys on him, or I will search the room and then essentially oil it and leave?
All right, give me the investigation check for So once more.
Investigation. He probably wouldn't have it if the duplicate took it, but I just want to see if he left anything behind. Probably not. 13.
There are no items other than the clothing this individual is wearing on this individual.
All right. Gonna look around the walls. Any like key thing, key ring hooks, anything like that.
Give me an investigation for the walls.
Okay. Investigation. 15. A little better.
All right. You do not see any hooks on the walls.
No hooks, no anything like that. Okay. All right, then I think that's about it for this room. These suits of armor I've been kind of just walking around about. What do they look like? 2 normal suits of this armor that these knights are walking around with? Arch?
1 second.
Oh, you're good, man.
All right. Could you restate that again? Sorry.
These suits I've been walking around, these armor suits more or less. I'm curious, they're the same armor that all these guards have been having pretty much?
No. These seem to be decorative. Instead of being functional, a lot of this just seems to be art.
Understood. More art than decoration. Or more decoration than
Functional.
yeah, words. Thank you. Then yeah, oiling up this room, heading out to the next this way, right? Up.
Yep.
Okay.
How are you oiling the room?
So I'm taking my points of oil and I'm more or less just I'm dousing the body. I'm dousing along the floor and the walls and just more or less how you see in movies how they like just splash gas everywhere. I'd just be doing that with oil.
All right. Make me a perception check as you're doing this.
Perception?
Yep.
Okay.
18.
It's my passive.
As you're oiling some things in here on the floor on your way out, you'll notice that the oil that you splash down, as it moves towards the base of the statue, it continues just to pour that way. So
What?
it doesn't pull up at the base of the statue.
It continues to go towards the statue. Oh, that's fucking great. All right. Well, I guess I'm going to have to investigate that now. Yeah, that's what I will be doing.
All right. Go ahead and roll an investigation check for me.
Well then. $21. That's a magic number.
As you check around the statue, you're able to tell that there isn't a wall behind the statue. The statue
Hidden room.
seems to be some sort of false door or wall.
Well, let's attempt to figure out how to move this then, shall we? Let's attempt to move the statue.
All right, how are you trying to do so?
Trying to pull it.
Does not open.
Trying to push it.
Does not open.
All right. Then let's look around. Are there any torches, sconces, statues, other than this one, like a bust or something? Something a little more obvious for secrets. Let me do another investigation, I suppose, because I'm going to have to see what I can find.
Okay.
I'm going to look for a way into this, or behind this statue.
Okay.
19.
As you investigate the statue further, you do notice that there is a slight discoloration on the weapon the statue is holding.
Discoloration. What kind of a discoloration?
A bit of this darkening color. Like a staining.
Staining. Do I draw the sword then? Okay, maybe. I will attempt to draw the sword.
The sword is in the grasp, the stone grasp of the statue. It does not come free.
Oh, staining. And I will attempt to move the arm.
It does not move.
Interesting, interesting. I'll look around. What could possibly have stained this sword? Need another investigation or something?
Sure.
$23.
3. As you're looking around, there's one thing that this room does not have that it should.
Good smelling interior for one, but I wonder what else.
A pool of blood under the dead individual.
Oh. No, you're right. And this sword has blood on it, yes?
As you look closer, the staining does appear to be that of a blood stain.
Oh, I'm gonna fucking regret this. Oh, I'm gonna fucking regret this. Alright. It needs blood, right? I'm guessing I probably can't get any more from the body. But let's try.
It's an everlasting gobstopper.
Actually, you know what? No. Hang on. I have a fresh
Zeph.
rat. I have a fresh rat. Let's put some rat blood on this fucking
That's
sword.
good,
shall we?
Zeph. That is good.
Do you take the rat remains and what do you do with it? Just squeeze it on top of the blade?
Yeah.
At first, as you do so, as you squeeze the rodent onto the top of the blade, the blood makes contact and begins to trickle down the blade. Nothing happens, but as you squeeze once more in an attempt to believe it be volume, the contents of its stomach fall out and make contact with the blade as you hear this.
Something the rat ate.
Wow.
Yeah. That works too. All right. So what's behind magical armor case number 1? Let's go.
It's over here, this one.
Oh, this one. Oh dear. All right, what's in this room? My weapons are drawn at this point. I don't like this shit.
As you slide open the
Silver rapier
statue.
in my offhand. I'm gonna fucking decorate this thing today.
As you slide open the statue, stepping into this now exposed room, there are a series of small candles lit, though the wax is melting onto the top of what seem to be humanoid skulls. A rack is set in front of you with a corpse strung out on it, blood still slowly dripping from the chest. Large
Puncture marks on the neck?
not enough of the corpse remains for there to be any skin on it.
Oh shit.
There are a series of incense in here burning with this heavy, thick incense. And in an attempt to mask the smell of this rotting flesh. And as you look towards the other end of the room, you can see this silvered bowl on a pedestal risen up with a notch in it, with blood dripping occasionally from that small notch onto what appears to be this circle of arcane script and a tarped figure lying on it.
Tarped figure lying on this. God damn it, I wish I had a spellcaster with me. I am not adept in this shit.
You can roll an arcana check. You can always roll.
Well, no, I mean, I get that. I'm just like, damn. Okay. Let's see what I can find out about this. Possibly.
15?
15.
Do you approach any further, or are you staying this far back?
I am staying the hell back.
All right.
I don't want to step on this. This could be an archaic landmine. I am good. I don't know what magic does, and because of that, I respect it at a distance.
All right. From your limited knowledge of arcana, of course, this appears to be some sort of ritual room. The runes that you see before you, you've seen illusions cast, conjuration cast to some degree, even by by druids or some spellcasters casting spells that summon their familiars. You've seen some of these things in Oasis. However, none of these symbols you've ever seen before. What languages do you know?
Well, let's see. I believe I know Draconic. I believe I know Elvish and Common, as well as Written Anubai.
None of these symbols are familiar to you. Most, if not all, are written in some form of dried blood, others seem to be carved in to the wood below, lined with candles and stones.
All right. Then I will take out some parchment and I will attempt to scroll down on this parchment what few I can make out and see if one of our casters can make sense of whatever the fuck this circle is.
All right. I need to know, are you taking your time or are you wanting to do this quickly?
I'm taking my time. I'm not
Yeah.
trying to mess this up.
All right. What is your passive performance?
Would be my normal performance. So 14, 10 plus 4, right?
Okay. All right. You take a little while in the room drawing out some of these symbols, not in the direct order that you see them, but you are marking them in the formation that they would be in.
Okay.
Eventually you're able to mark down from this angle what you can see.
Okay. Then I will not mess with it any further. There doesn't seem to be anything else in this room, right? From a glance of this room, there's just the ritual, the torture, and this tarped individual on this rune, correct?
Correct.
All right. Then Who?
As you look at the corpse on the rack, the stretcher,
Yeah.
the same almost burrowed black sockets for eyes and a gaping mouth. Though no flesh remains, you can see the other parts of a humanoid structure, the muscles and other tissue, still there.
Could I get a guess of if this ritual was completed or not? Because it seems to have bodies and whatnot.
I will take either a religion or another arcana.
Religion or Arcana? Let's see which one's better. Religion. They're both the same, so it really doesn't matter to me. Arcana then? Maybe? 19.
It looks like every time that the blood drips from the bowl above it and makes contact with the archaic runes, the circle pulsates ever so dimly. It seems like it's either still active or it's in the process of being completed.
I'm going to pull out one of those blue vials.
Okay.
Are there silver flakes in this?
Your passive would tell you there are.
This is fucking holy water. Let's see. I have an idea. Okay. Ritual plus holy water plus removing the object of which it needs. Usually could spell undoing or could spell a catastrophe, so. And this ball is held up how?
There is a pedestal, but it's kind of like how some, like in modern day, you have a bathroom sink that's still mounted to the wall, but does have a stand underneath it. It's essentially mounted to the wall with a stand underneath. with the amount of time you've spent in here, the drip is a regular drip. It is like it is almost on a timer of a kind of drip.
Oh fuck.
It doesn't happen sooner or later than every couple of seconds there'll be a drop.
And I probably can't remove this bowl, yes?
You would have to approach.
Alright, then. Let's approach. I'm going to attempt to stay on the sides and not breach into the circle.
Okay. As you approach,
Okay.
you could tell that the tarped body figure
Yes.
is not a person.
Okay.
It's bulged in a couple of places and slightly misshapen at a closer look.
I'm disturbing this thing's feeding.
It is not moving.
I'm going to attempt to remove this bowl and stop it from dripping.
How are you attempting to remove the bowl?
So it's attached to the wall, correct?
Yep, and to a mount underneath.
A mount underneath. So the bowl is part of this mount, correct? Or is the bowl removable?
The bowl is part of the mount. There is the notch in the top lip of the bowl that occasionally has a droplet of blood.
Hmm. Now is this bowl just magic? Sort this out right now. You know what? No. I'm gonna pour a vial of that holy water into the blood. And then I'm gonna step away.
Okay. As you break the seal on the holy water and remove the cap, you pour it in. You watch as soon as the holy water touches the blood, you can see a visible steam rising.
There we go. Now we're doing science.
With your passive perception, you can hear this.
Let me guess, coming from this creature.
Coming from the bowl.
Oh, that's not good.
This thumping, as you listen to it, sounds more and more like a heartbeat. Begins to pick up pace faster and faster. That eventually stops as the ripples in the water cease.
I think I just indirectly poisoned somebody. Okay.
As the water, or as the holy water and the blood mix, raising the level, some of it pours over the lip of the bowl onto the arcane runes below. As the liquid makes contact, the small pulsation happens once more and then fades to the point where the runes do not glow at all.
Oh, thank God. My morbid curiosity is not getting the hold of me. I am leaving. I'm not
Alright.
checking what that is. I don't care. I'm gone. I
Alright.
took care of what I needed to do in there. I'm now finishing what I need to do and walking the fuck away.
Okay.
As I'm walking, do I hear anything? Anybody in this building?
You hear nothing.
Probably a good thing. So I walked past. I saw a suit of armor. There was no doors to the left or right of me, correct?
There is a door to your left and in front of you now. There is a staircase to your right that leads downstairs.
Are either of which open or closed?
Both. From your passive, you can tell they are left ever so slightly cracked from the door frame, but it would appear to be closed while approaching. Well, now that you're here, they are slightly open.
All right. I will go into the one to my left.
You'll see Zivis kind of pulling back some of the cushions on the chair. Hey, how you doing?
Hey. A little unnerved. Found a hidden chamber back behind an armor piece. Some sort of blood ritual. Think I've tainted it and stopped it, but nasty business. You find anything?
Now, it's never been used, it seems, or if it has, the last year or 2 years or so, doesn't seem to have had any form of action. Points to the bed that has just cobwebs all over it.
Been years, eh? Or a year. It's definitely not good.
The only thing with activity here seems to be this chair and those masks.
Masks. I'll look to where he's pointing.
The chest against the wall to your right.
To my right. All right. What do these masks look like?
Some of them are masquerade masks where it's only the upper half. Some cover all but like one lower section of the face. Others are variations of almost demonic or devil-looking features, while some seem to be exuberant or extremely stretched smiles. All of them either made by hand or formed by porcelain, leathered and shaped.
I'm going to take out my book since it's on my mind, and I'm going to see if I can find any of these particular masks.
Some of them are in there.
We'll take the few that are.
As you grab one of the masks, I need a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, fuck me!
You have the urge to put it on.
I would like to fight that urge if I can.
You have the urge to put the mask on.
What are you doing, sir?
Is he going to stop me if I put this mask on?
We'll see. You proceed to put the mask on as you so desire.
I desire it.
All right. As you go to place the mask on, Zivis just smacks your wrist and you drop it. We're not here to play games. We're robbing the place, burning it down. Play
I
ballroom
will,
dance later.
Put it away then. I will take the mask and put it away.
Boy. You can't play with my soul like this.
Oh no. Alright, I take those few and they are wrapped in cloth, put away.
You will
I will
have
then
you'll have 5 masks and put 3 question marks behind them.
fun.
Unknown masks. That's always a good thing.
Yes. Unknown masks with wisdom saves.
Didn't know we were playing. Didn't know we were playing Majora's Mask up in here. God damn.
No, it's the vampire spin-off of D&D, the Masquerade, I believe. A Blood
Oh.
Masquerade.
It's almost like that's the name of this episode.
Oh my god, right? Right?
Fuck it.
As you begin to look around the room, Zivis unlocks the chest and flips it open. Inside the chest, there are hundreds more masks.
Oh, nope.
This is stupid. Who collects masks?
No idea. These ones seem important, though. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wrote them down in the dictionary, in his journal. Some sort of investigation.
There are more masks that are similar to the pages. Some of them seem to be copies of each other.
I'll take one of each, then. I won't take copies.
All right, roll me a wisdom save.
Again.
And go to place it on.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have a heavy thing land on your foot as you instinctively bend over and dropping the mask. Zivis accidentally dropped a what seems to be a silver bar onto your foot.
Ow!
Sorry, I found that under the bed.
Oh,
There's 5.
nice.
You can have 1.
Okay. 1 silver bar.
Damn, dude.
This is
Yeah,
gonna
right.
be like that one fucking heist from Fallout. I'm gonna have to go through my inventory and start sorting.
Valdy,
The
take a look at this one real
overburden
quick.
Archer is gonna be real.
Yes.
It's almost like it was designed for there to be a bag of holding.
You
Take a
know,
quick
I
look at
really wanted to
Discord.
hold on to that.
Let it go.
Also, Mel, what is that? What is that first one? Why?
Oh, jeez.
Looking
Alright.
why?
All right.
Well, there was
Let's,
what seems to have been the helps room. Was the other door. The only thing I found in there were like fancy dishes and whatnot. Seems like they were trying to rob the guy before they died.
all right.
I don't know
Well,
what happened to the bodies though. There was a lot of blood in the room.
I suppose let's take our cut, burn the building, and get out of here. We have
held
what we
up
came
that
for,
other
at
room
least.
for you, so if we oil up this one, it should be enough.
All right. Then we'll rig up this room and let's GTFO.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll rig this room and then burn and go. All right, let's burn and go.
Come on, Catman, do me proud.
You see him grab
All
a
right.
duffel bag and kind of strap it on. All right. Let's steal the clothes from the wardrobe.
Oh, that's fantastic. Let's go.
I think this guy is a klepto.
You think? The cat's a klepto, too.
True.
All right. So as we go out of that room, I'll torch that. As we go out of the other room, I'll
He'll-
throw another torch in there.
He'll
And-
throw a torch into the helps room as you throw a torch in the main room. As you get into this room, Zivis stops at the door and looks down. Did you already come back through here?
What do you mean?
He gestures to the boards as you see steps towards the window.
Oh no. We need to go now.
Okay. He'll strike up a torch. After you.
Out we go.
And he'll throw it as he dives out the window.
All right. Down and let's fucking go. Back to the wall and climb and get the fuck out. All right.
Well, I think that's it as he turns around as the manors now blaze.
All right.
Quickest money I think I've ever made. And you have to kill really anybody. Wait, there was 2. Didn't have to kill that many people.
Semantics. Well, our mission was done for us, but this just complicates things. I'll hand him a grappling hook. Tie a set of rope to this, and it should be long enough for the wall and going down.
All right. Well, I don't know where your exit is, but mine is west. So, if this is where we split, it's where we split.
All right.
Good luck to you, and I would suggest if you leave or get caught going down the wall, don't head west. I have a lot of stuff to carry.
Don't head west.
Don't head west. Or avoid where I'm going. I don't know.
I'll have to avoid where you're going because I have to go west regardless.
Oh, well, I mean, we are both going to Whitewater. If I get out of the city before you, good luck. If you get out before me, I'll see you there.
All right. And I'm scaling down.
You'll see him throw that grapple hook back into the duffel bag and jump off of the wall once more towards one of the trees. As he begins to go feet first, you'll see him click his shoes together as he slows down. And
Motherfucker.
just before hitting the tree, as it then goes out as he hits the tree.
Fantastic.
Clever boy.
All right. I need to get to the rendezvous. So that is directly where I'm heading.
All right. As you leap with having placed the grapple hook in, as you go over the side and descend downwards, there is panic. Not immediately in your area from the manor, but panic from the now massive column of smoke coming from the area that was the hole.
All right. I will have the shield and any of the crested weapons hidden behind my cloak. I'm not about to have that fucking just blaring off. All right. But I head off. Are there any other checks or anything else I need to do?
As you go down, you're aided in going downward, and it's not difficult to go down. So,
Awesome.
as you descend the wall, then the cliff, You hit the ground as people are rushing about. You can hear whistles being blown, hawks circling the large column of smoke off in the distance, as you hear guards yelling about a fire in the castle district.
All right. Then I am off. I'm going to keep to my namesake, the shadows, and fuck off yonder direction.
All right.
Now, I shout, fuck off. Oh man. Well, that's 2 for 2.
That's
It
fun.
is.
We had fun.
But I don't think that the second one went entirely according to plan.
The guy
And I
was
think that's
already
a bad
dead.
thing.
We got
Yeah.
bonus loot. Okay, I'm not even questioning.
Oh, we
it. I
got
got
bonus-
to kill some unknown demon.
You say
thing.
bonus
I'm
loot.
happy.
You say bonus loot, I say bonus problems. Okay.
It's for later me. I don't care now. I'm escaping with treasure.
Later, me will have to deal with those problems.
That's me in the future. I don't have to do that now. That's later us.
It's ridiculous.
That's later us.
You know what? No. That's not even my worry. That's later Aloria's worry.
Oh my
Why
god.
do I care?
I am both me and me later at all times. Why do you think I'm so fucking anxious all the time when it comes to this shit? I'm spazzing.
Oh gosh. All right.
Oh yes, the spazzening has commenced.
As now there is a column of smoke rising from the hole, and another column of smoke, smaller, yet still rising from the castle district. We head over to the harbor, where a waterlogged fell wolf and Aloria, holding on to the side of a rowboat, being rowed by Arya, is.
For reference, Felwolf would not be wearing armor because that would be stupid.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be in the water. So he's basically wearing just his bottom part, his pants, the cloth part.
All right.
The rest of his gear is stowed in a backpack that's inside the boat itself.
All right.
Aloria, so he doesn't really give a shit. She doesn't wear much anyway.
I'm wearing armor.
Yours is leather.
Yeah.
I'm wearing armor.
Unless you plan on soaking your leather armor for a couple weeks in water, I don't think it's really going to matter.
Probably not.
Metal doesn't like water.
You are about 40 feet from what would be a climbable surface into the harbor.
About how dark is it at this point? Has the light left the sky?
As you are in the shadow of the rising column of smoke, currently it's darker where you are.
Okay.
Clouds have begun to fill the sky while being aided by smoke. A lot of the moonlight has been blotted out. There
Okay,
has
so
yet
from
to
where
be-
I am, can I see any kind of what possible commotion coming from the dock areas, like people running around panicking?
Yeah, there are people that are currently running around. You give me a perception check.
Okay.
Arya's gonna reach down and tap on Aloria's shoulder. Looks like we're getting ready to get going, and I'm gonna share the Eyes of Night. You now have dark vision up to 300 feet. Have fun.
Hey yo. Fuck.
They're shouting. There is shouting and moving about up there, but can't quite tell what they're doing. You know it's in response to fires, but can't quite tell what is the goal of the commotion.
Okay. Philip, did you say something?
No.
Okay, I thought I heard you say something. Okay. So to start off with, just to be safe, I'm going to cast Pass Without Trace on myself. So that'll give me. Let me plus 10 to stealth checks. And then I need to grab the fuse. How's the fuse coming along? Beowulf.
Fuse is basically ready to go. All Ari is going to have to really do is take the rope from my gear and then the liquid in question and douse it heavily.
Yeah, she's already going to be doing that at this point. She sees the smoke column. She thinks action time. Gotta go.
Once we reach shore, you're going to effectively handed your gear, and that's when you would do whatever your shapeshift form you choose to approach the selected area.
Yeah.
Now use your really choice from there to engage the initial target or secondary target first. It's really up to you. This is your judgment.
I know we definitely want to hit the black powder barrels, so I'm going to try and go for those first. I just hope that I don't get freaking busted. Oh. Okay, so I'm taking the fuse, the caltrops, and the. Well, I already have the caltrops and the ball bearings. So. Wait, how many bags of caltrops was I given? Or
5.
5. Got it.
And 5 bags of ball
basically
bearings.
told makes you to spread them out evenly amongst the target.
Yeah.
Make shrapnel.
Yes.
So just set the caltrops and ball bearings on top of the barrels or something.
On top or on the sides.
Mm-hmm.
And let's go again. How we want the fuse to be set up on the barrels?
Fuse would either be touching the barrels, or
So
if you can open one.
If these are
inside.
regular barrels, they would have to have a way to use them without opening them entirely. Usually this is in the form of a bunghole.
Yes.
This is a legitimate thing. So what you would do is you sift fuse into one of these barrels through a bunghole, and this would effect again a rapid succession detonation which lit.
So I'm just applying the fuse one. I'm not going across and doing it multiples.
You could.
Up to you at that point.
That's really
You
your
have
choice.
enough rope for it.
He
You have
just
100 feet.
explained to you how to do it. Yeah.
You have 100 feet of rope. It's up to you if you want to do that, or if you feel like you want more distance.
You can bring 2 different leads and have one on each side, left, right, whatever. You want to do whatever you want to do.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to. I have 100 feet included. Well, not including the 50 feet I already have. Okay, so I'm going to take. I'm going to cut 25 foot off of the rope, the 100-foot rope that you guys have. I'm going to tie it to the 50-foot of rope that I have in my inventory. So I'll have 2 sets of 75-foot rope to make this fuse. And I guess I'm just going to take those fuses and my gear, and I'm gonna start moving towards the dock.
All right, it is 40 feet to swim through.
Okay. I'm attempting to keep the fuses above water so that they're not muddled with.
Roll me a nature check real quick.
Okay. Watch this drive. Hey, nice. 19.
There's a creature you can turn into, and that will help you move in the water and on land. Believe it or not, rats are very good swimmers.
Yeah, they are.
Rats can also hold their breath for an extremely long period of time.
That's how they can get inside the inside of your toilets. Happy
Yes.
dreams, everybody.
Oh,
Yeah.
time to turn my favorite phrase on myself and become a fucking rat.
All right. And that also saves your equipment because it also polymorphs you or wild shapes your equipment into
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
your fur so that it doesn't get damaged. So as you put it all onto you, oiled and whatnot, ready to go, your 275-foot coils of oiled rope or saturated rope, turn into a rat and dive off the boat. You are now a tiny creature. You can go ahead and find yourself the rat stat block. I do believe they get some advantages for stealth. But they also have swim and things like that. Or they can swim and do many different things. So you can go ahead and do that.
Rat.
All right.
Okay. I have that pulled up. Sense keen smell advantage on perception checks. It doesn't say it has anything for stealth.
Thank you for the follow, Ninja King.
Yeah, doesn't say anything for stealth. Well, in any case, I am going to be stealthing my way up onto the docks, and once I do that, attempting to find the, I guess, I'm going to attempt to find the weapons storehouse.
All right. I will allow you to have this. I'll allow you to have advantage while you're in rat.
For stealth?
Yep. So go ahead and give me a stealth.
Okay. So, advantage for stealth. And this is going to be a plus 10. Oh my god. So that'd be a 28 for stealth.
All right. As you dive into the water and stay under for a little bit, you come back up at the surface, 40 feet away from the boat, climbing up onto the harbor or onto the dock. You can see people running around. From this perspective, everything around you its size is greatly exaggerated.
Yeah. So first thing I'm gonna attempt to do is, like I said, find find whatever warehouse might be storing like war armaments, and wherever they might also be keeping extra barrels of black powder, and along the way seeing if there are any black powder barrels set out along the docks.
All right. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Normal. Actually, no, wait. I have advantage on perception as a rat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you
advantage
roll
on
as a rat,
smell.
there you go.
On smell. Well, I guess I could smell black powder, though, can't I? I know that smell.
I would say you can. You've been around it.
Neat. Yeah. 15.
15. As you look around, sniffing into the air, you can't see it from your position. However, you can smell the some black powder nearby.
Just as I'm moving along the edge of the dock here, or once I approach one of the warehouses.
As you're moving along the docks, you get a stronger smell. As you get closer, somewhere around, if you're looking at the map, we'll say that you started here. As you get closer to this area, about 10 or so minutes later, running and scurrying across, rats in feudal time normally go unnoticed.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. As long as you're outside, you're not in their home. As you're running down the harbor, there are many birds as you look up into the sky, but most of them seem to be kept towards the activity in search for people, or trying to signify dangers in areas.
So
As
you said I started from here and I'm moving in this direction?
Yep.
Like this way? Okay.
As you begin to approach one of the warehouses, you notice that it was one that you had seen as your group entered into Auditore. There are the barrels lined up outside with guards. However, you can see them pouring buckets of water on the exterior of these barrels.
Son of a bitch. Okay. Well, they officially neutralized those.
They're not pouring them into the barrel. They're pouring them on the barrel.
On the barrel. Okay.
Let me restate that. Yeah.
Flame retardant, not flame proof.
Okay.
Like if embers are flying through the air, they're not going to suddenly light the barrel on fire. Their barrels are wet now.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to try and find a way into that warehouse. I'm going to try and sneak my way in.
All right. Give me a site based perception check to look for a way.
Site-based perception. Got it. Normal. 19.
19. Currently, one of the doors are left cracked open as guards are going in and out, grabbing buckets of salt water from the harbor and just dumping them onto barrels inside the building.
Son of a bitch. I'm going to slip inside. And when I do, I'm going to attempt to climb around to see if I can find a roof hatch.
That leads up.
Yeah, that would lead up onto the roof, perhaps. Something there, or find some kind of a way to like get some elevation.
There are many ways for rats to find elevation, either by climbing up things, because you can climb as a rodent. Wood would be a perfect one. Most of these warehouses have interior structures of wood, and like exterior basing of stone, so you would be able to climb up into like rafters. But hatch that goes onto the roof, you do not appear to see any.
Okay. So as I'm climbing around on top of the stuff in this warehouse, about how many barrels of presumed black powder am I seeing?
Your passive is 14, correct? As a rodent.
Passive is 14 normal. Doesn't say anything else for.
What is your perception modifier?
My perception
4?
modifier is 4.
Passive is 14 then.
Okay.
As a rodent.
Oh, wait a minute. No, it says 10. Passive perception 10.
10 plus your modifier.
Oh, 10 plus. God, I'm losing it.
Yeah,
You're
you keep
good.
your mental stats as your wild shape.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, 14. Arch.
Probably
1
looking
minute.
into something.
I hate being by myself on stealth missions.
Sorry, I keep getting uninvited guests into the room.
Understandable.
All right. So you're up onto the rafters. The number of barrels in which you see are very numerous. There could be
Okay.
anywhere between 50 to 100 to 200.
Okay. I'm assuming that this warehouse has no windows. The only entrance and exit is the door at the front.
There is a large door, a set of double doors that seem to be more of like loading. The door in which they are going through seems to be a side door.
But the main double door has not been opened.
No.
So they're dousing all the ones that are on the side of that are near the side door.
That's where
But they
they
haven't gotten
started,
to the
but
main
they're
door.
they're going through and dousing or putting water on the barrels.
Okay.
At this point, you can hear guards shouting, what the barrels, don't let anything catch on fire.
Okay. I am... About how sturdy is the roof of this warehouse? Would you, like, just from
It's not
looking
made
at
of
the
thatch, it's wood, probably clay tile.
Okay.
It's meant for dry storage, so there's not gonna be lay for your things to like water to get in normally or fire.
Would you say a lightning bolt would pierce it?
Possible. But I do believe there are stipulations for that spell.
Well,
Am I incorrect?
I'd have to be able to see the point in which I summon the storm, so I can't use it inside. But I can call a lightning strike down onto any point that I can, basically from a point that I can see 100 feet in the air downwards. So basically any point that I can see within the 120 foot radius of the spell. Not radius, diameter. So theoretically, I could go outside and call a lightning strike on top of the warehouse. But I guess my primary question is, would that be enough force to break through the roof of the warehouse and cause the barrels inside to explode?
Unfortunately, you don't have the kind of experience that would tell you if it would or not. You haven't actively tried to lightning bolt a building before.
I did lightning bolt the mast of not the mast. Yeah, the mast of a ship, though.
But the mast of the ship was also exposed. You're trying to hit a target through something.
So, with the way the guards are moving through the warehouse, would it be possible for me to shift out of rat form and set up the fuse and go out through the main door without being spotted? Or are they moving around too sporadically and too fast?
You may not. They are going in and out the door.
Okay, let me ask this. But the way the things are stacked in this warehouse, would I be... Is there a point where there's like just a wall of crap between the side door and the front door?
You are able to get to a section where it's not visible by the door.
Okay. I'm going to go to that side of the wall of stuff and do I see barrels of black powder on this side? Okay.
They're all over.
All right. So as I scuttle down to the floor, I'm going to shift out of my rat form. As I'm doing all this, I'm attempting to be as quiet as possible. So this is stealth. If you want to make a stealth roll now, I can do that when I shift out.
Well, when you shift out, yeah, I'll need a new one.
Okay, so I'm shifting out. No advantage because I'm not a rat. So it'll just be a stealth plus my modifier and... Come on, where is it? There it is. How does 30 sound?
Sounds fine.
Okay. So as I shift out, I'm going to take one of the fuses that I made, that Arya made technically. And I'm going to put it into one of the bung holes of the black powder barrels, and I'm going to lead it next to the front door. I'm going to ready a let's see, actually this would the produce flame cantrip ignite the rope? It is a magical flame, so I'm wondering. Well, it just says a flickering flame. Does it actually say it's magical flame?
There are some fire spells that will dictate whether or not it will ignite an item. Fire spells are fickle, in which they normally don't, which is probably why we had you get the flint still. Or
I do have
box or whatever.
I do have that fucking. Forgot I had that.
Sorry.
Almost ruined by forgetfulness.
Yeah.
Bell's over there going, just stick with the fucking plan.
So yeah. So I'm gonna. So I will set the fuse to one of the barrels furthest in and lead the fuse to the door. And I'm going to light the fuse and then immediately open the door, the main door, and shift into a rat, back into a rat as I leave, and just fucking book it. More over in this direction.
Okay.
Then the western direction. So basically, the moment that I get that spark and ignite it, I'm turning into a rat and I'm just booking it. Rather, I'm bursting through the door.
What is the range, or what is the speed of the rat?
Speed of the rat?
Mm-hmm.
20 feet, but I will be dashing. So
40 feet each. Okay.
Am I missing something here?
No, I just had to see something.
Okay.
Oh god.
So I'm gonna ask this because this is probably what you're looking at. Will I make it out of range of the blast? Not really, not out of range, but at minimum safe distance.
Oh hell no.
Okay.
Not even Fellwolf and Arya currently are at minimum safe distance.
well, far enough away to not instantly die. Will I make it that far?
We'll see.
Okay.
Because you are lighting an entire warehouse of black powder on fire.
Yes, I am.
Yup.
Yeah.
Boy.
I'm actually what I'm doing is that after I go out the front doors, I'm just going to continue moving as a rat in the direction that the front doors open. I'm not going to turn or make any weird moves. I'm just booking it straight away.
Okay. If you're booking it straight towards the water, you'll only make 200 feet away from by the moment that the oil is completely ignited from point of origin to wherever end. Is 30
200 feet.
seconds.
Okay.
200. That's 200 feet. 30 seconds. 5 rounds.
So, and I'll make it to the water by then?
From the one that here, double check.
Because if I can make it to the water, I would like to just dive, go as deep as possible.
No, you won't make it.
I won't make it to the water. Really?
No, you won't make it. Because if you look down at the map, at the very bottom, you'll have that measure there. That entire
Yeah.
length is 1 mile.
Yes.
1/5, which is where one of those notches to another notch is the distance between that warehouse and the shoreline,
So
Which is
1,000 feet.
which is over 300 some odd yards.
So about 1,000 feet.
Yeah, or over.
Over 1,000 feet.
As you go and run from the warehouse, you will feel yourself in being lifted for a second as a tightness grips around your rib cage and exterior.
Oh boy.
As your vision goes black, you are suddenly hit with an immense amount of heat. Arya and Felwolf, you will have advantage. Arya, you will not. I need a dexterity saving throw. Felwolf, you will pass. Arya, you will not. However, the damage is reduced by your distance from the origin of the explosion.
Well, fucking Felwolf just flexes his muscles in the water and deflects the damage.
Well, I took
Meanwhile,
up in
we're
there.
going to deal with a dead Arya here shortly.
I
The dead meat. I'm like dead.
I took into account that the fact that Felwolf is waist deep in water, and the other portion of him is behind the boat, so some form of cover. And thanks to small bits of knowledge, as long as the explosion doesn't happen in the water, Felwolf is fine. If the explosion happened in the water, Felwolf would be fucked more than anyone. Because
Absolutely, yep.
water, the expansion of water does not condense. Water does not pressurize on itself, so the wave would travel exponentially further and be so much worse.
Yep.
But the air,
Dynamite underwater is very deadly.
yeah, but in the air, it dissipates very quickly.
Okay, so
Which the range of this was 1 mile.
oh,
Yeah.
I had to look up.
I'm glad I'm not there.
I had to look up
Yeah.
how much weight would be in a warehouse of its size of black powder, and convert it over to something that would be easy, or that is commonly referred to as black powder. And the closest thing is TNT, which is technically nitroglycerin, which is a more volatile variant. So what I
Jesus
did
Christ.
was I took the weight and I halved it, was still about a ton, and I just went with a ton of TNT.
Drink is so
I'm dead,
much more
guys.
unstable.
This
Miniature nuke!
Dead.
Tactical nuke!
No, you're not dead.
No,
It-
I'm dead. If this doesn't kill me outright, I will be surprised.
So, like, I, as somebody who has personally been exploded, I can guarantee you're not dead.
But this is D&D. This is not real life.
Well, we will see. All right. I have to roll something real quick.
Something more like some things. More like some things.
All right. Arya. You'll take 25 points of fire damage,
Nice.
10 points of force damage,
Nice.
and 11 points of blunt damage.
That's about right.
And I'm way closer.
You will also suffer temporarily from deafness and blindness.
no, I won't,
Why?
because I'm out. I'm down.
Yeah, you're down.
Oh,
Well, I mean, you're still going to suffer from deafness and blindness. It's
Well,
just
you do have an individual that can resuscitate you nearby.
Yes,
but these are
Fel would be
conditions.
the only one.
These are conditions that will persist for the next 5 to 8 hours. At 5 hours, you will roll a Constitution saving throw.
So
see if you
it's
recover.
blindness, deafness, and what else?
Currently, it's blindness and deafness for the next 5 hours.
Okay.
and unconsciousness right now.
Well, unconsciousness right now. However, this technically, what we've determined, does not matter for your character to some degree, but you would technically now have a collapsed lung. But we've already established to some degree that your character doesn't not
Doesn't
breathe.
need to breathe. Doesn't mean she
So,
doesn't usually.
Your chest is currently deformed to some manner. It is not inflated
Yep.
like it would normally be.
So my
so
next
fucking
question
dead.
I would still feel pain.
is Aloria unconscious?
Eloria is unconscious.
Okay, so Felwolf is the only member of this team still conscious.
I'm
Beowulf.
dead.
Beowulf, you not looking directly at the harbor will suffer temporarily from deafness. You will not have a collapsed lung since you saved, but you will take I believe it was 15 points of force damage and 11 points of bludgeoning damage. That half, so that would be 26 half 13 points of damage.
Okay.
You were saved from the fire because you were not exposed to it in a direct line,
Banner.
and, which is the most damaging aspect, was the blazing heat that stretched across from the
Flash.
yeah. And you still suffered some of the other things. You would have suffered those while being under the water, but it was half due to you succeeding. The deafness will persist for 5 hours. You will make a constitution check afterwards.
Okay. Felwolf is not even remotely worried about the deafness.
Okay.
He expected there'd be some conditional effects here. Being so close to something that potentially was. Where is he currently located in terms of shoreline? Are they like parked up on
So
side?
you are currently here.
I gotta zoom out on this map. Hold on. Okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
Alright, so where did the rat go ashore?
The rat went ashore here
Uh-huh.
from and you were here, and they traveled to here.
So she's over here.
Yeah, that's where she is. You don't know where she is, but you do know that if you do look,
I will look.
As you go and look, you will notice the entire harbor is burned and buildings blown away as multiple other warehouses alongside this one detonated in sequence.
He's gonna push the boat to the side there, up against the shore. Hop up quickly, tie a rope onto the side, cover Arya with the tarp that's on the boat.
Are you going to attempt to stabilize Arya before?
Yeah, she's
rowing
currently
up?
dying.
You can do so on the boat. The boat was large enough for multiple people to be on it. You could just climb on and provide help action, which should stabilize her. Actually, no. Are you proficient in medicine?
That's what I was about to say. Is I don't think I can.
Do you have a help?
You can.
I think I handed them out to the other teams.
Arya, do you have a health potion?
I do not.
I handed everybody one at the beginning of the tournament.
I
did?
didn't take one because I'm a healer. And do you not remember that?
I told you I was giving you one, and you didn't have an option of it. No.
Yeah, he forced a potion on
I
all of
literally
us. I
said
do remember
everybody
that.
take one, so that way we have extra. Because I have extras.
So, yeah, that means I have a potion.
Just
That's
can't
not
use
going to
it.
help you. If,
Yeah.
Well, no, but if Fel can get to me and get the potion, then
He-
it could.
he ain't gonna
But
get-
That's
to
why
you.
I'm sitting here like, I know where Ari is. I can just toss the cover on her and come back. I gotta find you before you die.
Mm-hmm.
That's my concern.
We'll
I'm not
go
gonna
with the
sit here
fact
and
that
strip search Arya.
as I'm looking here, as I look at Elenand, we can say that Arya does have a health potion. Fowl, if you would be aware of that, you can quickly administer that and move on.
Okay, then I will do so.
Okay. That is 2d4 plus 2.
I'm not even gonna stay. I'm going to cover her with the tarp, and I'm gonna run into the blaze.
We'll say that you administer that as you pull yourself onto the boat and then bring the boat to shore 40 feet.
Is there cloth nearby? Like, doesn't matter if it's clean or anything. Cloth.
Yeah, there are blown apart pieces of things that you can put over the boat.
It said the
Arch.
dock's on fire, right?
A lot of the buildings currently are on fire. Yes,
Arch.
Mass.
this, I don't know if this is stepping a boundary, but would Fel have a high enough passive perception to see me fly from the dock from being like blown away?
We'll handle whatever happens. Got it?
Okay,
I would take first large piece of cloth I see. I would just slam it into the water, pull it back out, and wrap it around my head to serve a dual fold purpose to help filtrate smoke inhalation as well as to keep my face and hair from burning.
Okay.
As I search for Arya.
All right. As you begin to run through the harbor, scenes of death, burning, essentially this almost hellscape. You haven't seen anything like this. You would equivalent it to something as if a volcano's mouth just opened, as the ground is burning, yet nothing there. As you run through this torrent of flame and smoke, you see distant shapes of people staggering and moving, deformed and mutilated. Moving closer and closer to the origin of this blast. The heat grows ever more. Thanks to your band around your head, I'll give you advantage on a Constitution saving throw as you're moving through the smoke. All right, 16. All right. At this point, it's with a mask. It's not too overbearing yet. You eventually get to the precipice of this crater. It is feet deep, almost hundreds of feet at its very center. Dirt, stone, molted and left ripped asunder and forming pools of what just seemed to be forms of liquid fire. There is, as you look, a streaking zone into this radius of this blast. The area moving towards what would be the circumference of this blast zone, on untouched and not scarred by fire. You can see what appears to be a mound of charred and sizzling fur.
Fur? Okay.
At the very end of this jettison of stonework that was not carved away by the blast.
He'll go run over and investigate the fur pile.
As you get there, the individual becomes recognizable. The color and variation of their appearance has greatly changed due to the fire and heat around them. You see the leader of the Rage Fang huddle over, holding something very close to them.
He grabbed their body. They seem to be alive.
Barely.
He grabs him and basically chucks him onto his shoulder.
It's bad today, isn't it?
It's bad.
Shoulder. He
The
became Jimmy.
virus.
As he continues to look for Aloria.
As you slump him onto your shoulder, he presents to you a rodent. That is currently unconscious. The rodent has not lost health. The rodent has not taken damage.
Okay.
They're blind and deafened and just knocked unconscious in that state.
Question.
Unless wild shape, if you fall unconscious in wild shape, if you drop in it. Are you not able to sleep as an animal?
Well, I mean, yes. I mean, you can.
Okay.
I don't know
We'll
exactly
count
the
it
rules on it.
as somebody put air quotes put you to sleep. We'll
Okay.
treat it as the event itself was strenuous enough that you passed out.
He's going to head back to where the boat is as he approaches the dock. Is Arya awake?
Arya would be moving around. However, Arya, you cannot see, you cannot hear. You are in pain.
Oh, immense pain.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll for the health, by the way.
Okay.
Foul Wolf will put the Rage Fang leader in the boat with Arya as he takes the rat. Question with the Felwolf is an experienced adventurer. Has he dealt with the shape shifting of druids? At
No.
least, no, not at all. Okay.
Druids are very different. They normally in the West they stay into their circles or they go out adventuring with parties.
Okay.
You wouldn't have encountered one in the instance of wild shape like that before, where
Got
they
it.
are unconscious in it.
That's all I needed. So he puts the rat in the boat. As he then goes over to Arya, grabs her, basically drags her while she's wounded over to the Rage Fang guy, grabs her holy symbol, throws it in her hand, and puts her hand on a body.
Her holy symbol's on her neck, so she
Then
knows
grabs
what's
her
going
neck
on.
and then slams her
Yeah.
face into a body.
She can tell what's going on. She can see. She is. Or
No,
no, she
blind.
can't. No, she can't.
That's
can
why
feel.
he's basically
Yeah.
making your intuition do this.
You're right. Yeah, no, I
While she
would
does
trust it.
that, he's going to quickly untie the boat, throw the rope in the boat, and begin using his muscle to sail us down that river as quick as possible.
All right. Arya, what are you doing?
Healing word on whatever he's making me touch.
All right.
That's it.
I believe that one's only vocal, correct? It's vocal and somatic.
That one is only vocal.
Only vocal? Yeah, you can do that easy. As you're touching the individual, though you are blind, it does state you have to you have the individual you can see and can hear you. They technically can't hear you. You can't see them, but you are.
Oh, it is a target that I can see.
Though for the instance here, I will allow it because you are touching. You are touching the individual.
You do have
You are
hearing, right?
aware of. Yeah, you are
Well,
aware of their presence and where they are.
Okay.
The main reason why I'm allowing this is because the individual on which you fought before, the spellcaster, was blind and was still able to cast spells that were focused around people that they can see.
Yeah, like
I have it said. I have it interpreted as long as they're in a position in which you can see or you are aware of their presence, you can cast
They're able
it on
to
them.
register. Yeah.
Because I have that taken into account. So yeah, you're able to cast that spell on him. Go ahead and roll healing word.
And for the record, no, I don't have cure wounds prepared right now.
Oh, okay.
6. All right.
Yeah.
I kind of had a blue screen moment. I was like, my dial-up was going.
Ever have one of those, like, see those anime moments where the dog or the animals like just like the hell just happened kind of thing?
Yeah.
The
That's
animal
essentially
looks
the rat
shocked.
right now. Yeah. The rat's currently in shock.
Is the rat breathing?
The
as I
rat
look
is
at it?
breathing.
Okay, then I won't have to stomp on it.
The rat-
Good. I mean, you should probably do it for good measure, but you know. I mean, I cut one in half, man. You don't trust rats.
Oh my god. Well, they know I turned into a rat.
We
Fellow,
do know that she did, yeah.
are you wanting any form of like check from Felwolf, or just is rowing just rowing?
Bro, currently, I will let you row for a good while. I figure as you begin to get a distance, you're no longer doing it vigorously, but steadily. Because rowing vigorously down that river away from a blast zone, side of auditory might be somewhat suspicious.
Yeah.
As you row away from the harbor about here, I would sit there and say that you begin to row in a fashion that an individual with the current events would be rowing, but not in a degree where it's like, I need to get the fuck away from here. It's
as he does that,
time to move away.
as he does that change of pace, he's going to recover the group that are mangled over under that tarp. So it just looks like he's transporting cargo up the river. And then that's when he does that change of pace. He goes at a casual, whatever you want to describe it, pace.
All right, yeah. It's a hurried, but not in an escape kind of manner where it's vigorous.
Suspicious. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a fucking explosion went off. I'm getting the fuck out of
Fuck
here.
this place.
Yeah.
I'm taking my goods elsewhere.
Elenan, as you are exiting from the cage in the forest once more, you hear that detonation. It shakes the trees and the earth as the horses become startled, and Laura calms them down once more. Well, I think that means everything is complete. I guess this is where we part ways. You have it from here?
Yep.
All right. Well, I will be taking one of these horses and letting the other go. And she walks over to a bush, throwing it aside, and grabs a saddle. Places it on the horse, freeing the other, removing the reins and whatnot from it, and letting it escape. Well, if you're heading to Whitewater, I may see you there. So.
Yep.
Ta-ta for now.
We'll see you there.
He'll take off riding. Elenan, what's the next step of the plan?
Next step of the plan was meet up with everybody else.
All right. And
So,
meet up where?
I don't remember exactly where. I just remember it's just outside.
Make me a history check.
Come on, Wolf.
Please. We went over this.
Make me a history check.
So, I'm pretty sure we were supposed to meet out in the woods somewhere around here.
Where exactly?
Or
You were given two valid options. I gave you two escape routes, and one of which is easy, one of which is not.
We can just tell him, right?
No.
No, the DM.
Oh,
I remember there was one off in the forest somewhere.
Okay. Off in the forest somewhere.
Not the route.
Hold on. As a DM, I gave him his grace to be able to do this because currently your characters are not there to remind him. This.
Well, Neoma's there. Does she remember?
Neoma, do you remember? Actually, I believe at this point your weasel would have dropped.
Yeah. I would have.
Yeah.
Basically, like I can last as a weasel for about 2 to 3 hours, I believe.
Okay, so you would be close.
Yeah, I would have dropped it as soon as she left. There's one thing.
Oh no.
One was Whitewater. I don't remember where exactly the other one was.
What?
That's the problem I have.
So if they had shown me on a map, I would have remembered.
I specifically did.
Yeah.
Did?
Yeah.
I specifically did because I knew bullshit like this would happen.
I will give it to Neoma with the Wanderer thing, with being able to memorize maps very easily. A Fell Wolf, where was the other than Whitewater?
So the first one that Wolf apparently is wanting to do, which is the harder of the two options, I remind you, is to use the climbing gear and climb over the castle walls southwest towards the river. The first of which was what you were initially told to do, unless you think you could not get to it, was to go to the freaking owl house and take the secret passage out of the city.
Oh, we're already out of the city.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
were dropped off over here.
Oh, you're already out.
Yeah.
they're already
Okay.
out.
So then they just
as
need
you
to.
exit
Okay.
the city, you are supposed to head up the river to where there's a trifecta near a bridge. That bridge itself is the meeting point.
So what they're speaking about is further. Oh, what else? I'll do it this way. What they're speaking about is further this way is a tri-river intersection. That is where they're talking about.
Okay.
Then first, I'm gonna make sure the other two are okay and still wanting to walk.
Well, I'll be fine. I can make it home from here. I'll probably find Bear on the way home. Have lunch. If you three need anything, stop by Nagara. I'll have you there as my guests. For thanks.
Would you like some more healing before you go?
Save it for your friends. If they're anywhere near that explosion, they'll need it more than me.
Yeah.
Well, thank you again. Good luck to getting your friend back home. Now, where did that horse go? So he starts walking off into the forest.
He'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'm sad that he didn't learn about his fiance.
I kind of forgot to tell him that.
Oh yeah, we did. Shit.
He
well.
hasn't made it very far.
Oh my god, Wolf, please. Okay, we're gonna need to have an intervention.
He hasn't walked far.
You're killing me.
Yell it.
I don't have good history, okay?
Is that a personal stat?
You're a goddamn infiltration rogue. You're supposed to know the exfiltration
I
route.
remembered everything inside there.
Oh yeah.
I remember
I'm able to get in,
on
but
the
I don't know how to
river.
get out.
Oh my god.
Alright, just time to walk. I'm direct away. I'm going.
Noma, you know that you follow the river until you get to 3 rivers, and then you wait there.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna start walking.
I'm going to assume that you're dragging him behind, from behind you, right? Kind of like grab his like scarf or something, like this way.
Probably more like going behind him using my head shoving him.
Got it.
She doesn't know to grab something, she's just gonna headbutt him.
It's this way. Go.
Yep.
Okay,
Fucking
follow her.
God damn it. Oh, I love you, Wolf, but Jesus, dude.
Mouse Sister will follow you guys as well as you guys make your way through the forest.
I just picture Ellen then sitting there like, I don't know what to do with my hands.
Shadow, you're making your way westward to some degree, or are you heading to the Owl House?
What was at the Owl House? That was a magical exit, was it not?
There's a secret entrance activatable by a key. Remember that?
And where
that
does
whole
that
fucking debacle?
go? Well, no, I
Outside
get
the city.
that.
Nobody checked.
Yeah.
All they know is that it will help you get out of the city,
Yep.
but you don't know how.
Fantastic. Yeah, I trust myself to get out of the fucking city more than I trust
Got
that. I want nothing more to do with this fucking city.
All right, where are you heading?
Fucking out of here.
Which direction?
West. I am heading west.
Give me a stealth check
Stealth
as you make
check?
your way out of the city westward. Yep.
Yeah. It is night now, so I'm taking my advantage.
Oh yeah, it's the clouds, the smoke, everything has made it very difficult tonight to see.
Oh, abso-fucking-toodly.
Doodly.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Oh, Dude.
26.
All right. After a few hours of sneaking through the residential district of screaming people, you find your way to a wall and proceed to climb up it. Halfway through climbing up the wall, you stare back out over Auditore. 3 big billows of smoke.
Fucking set this city on fire.
Yeah.
The distant sounds of screaming, whistles, and horns. As from here, you take a closer look towards the harbor as you can see what looks to be fighting near the base of the hole.
Fighting.
Huh.
Fighting out there.
I
Interesting.
wonder.
Wait a minute. Do I know this individual?
What individual? I said there seems to be fighting, a large group of people fighting.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought I saw a particular individual. No, never mind then. Not important.
Okay.
We'll just keep going. Yeah, I ain't about that.
Right. As you climb up to the top of the wall, another familiar sight meets you once again. A duffel bag, dark cloak, stealing the coin pouch off a guard. Hey.
Hey, that one have any good on him?
No.
Damn.
I think he lost at the arena here recently. Only like 5 gold pieces.
That's a shame. He won't need it.
Yeah, well. You want to ride down?
Sure.
He just takes your hand. All right, jump.
Jump.
As he jumps too, as you get feet from the ground, he clicks his shoes together as you both stop and then drop to the ground. See ya, Whitewater.
See you in Whitewater. Remain safe. Stay in the shadows.
He'll drink a potion, this kind of cloudy potion, as he goes invisible. You just hear him run off into the forest.
Pitter patter of toes. All right. Yeah. Then, yep. I'm off into the forest. Going to meet up at the river up above.
All right, Arya. To lie there in agony, unable to see or hear. Colors begin to fill your vision. First, it's blotches of greens and blues, muted by this overlay of black. Eventually, you'll see a dark object move out from underneath this almost overhang or discoloration that moves across the blue. The sight just slowly follows it as it makes its way across the strip of blue. And that's where we'll take our break.
Woohoo!
We're going to take a 15 to 25 minute break. It allows us to get up, move around, drink water, probably help us try to not stutter so much, or say soldier instead of shoulder.
You almost fucked it up too.
I
Very
almost did.
silly things.
So we are gonna go and have ourselves a small intermission, and we will be right back for the second half of this episode. So stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
In a bit.
We're back, everybody. Thanks for waiting. We get to do the weekly recap of the first half. So get those d20s out of the way.
Nope, I rolled a d12. My bad.
Bruh.
Set yourself up for success already, are we?
Yeah.
12. Wow.
There it is.
I rolled higher on the
There it
d12 than I did the d20.
Okay.
Imagine.
I have an 8.
It's
That would
probably
be
gonna be
fun.
me. Yeah.
That'd be-
Oh,
I got
there
a
you go,
9.
Fel.
Well,
Get the-
seeing as the entire operation was my fucking plan anyway.
Oh, I'm kind of tilted.
For the most part, our operation has gone accordingly. Elanan and his crew was able to extract the 2 prisoners and escape the city. Shortly after, the prison was in a blaze, signaling Shadow and his team to do their dirty work upon killing the very few guards that were guarding the site, creeping through a very creepy garden, discovering the body of what we would presume to be the real commander, had been dead for at least 24 hours, but more than likely probably longer than that. He perused quite a bit, didn't really find much, found a nice chest, opened it using his roguish charm. He found a set of vampire slaying equipment in there, of which he ordained thus to be his forevermore. He then decided to search around more. Upon not finding anything, he dumped a whole bunch of oil, get ready to burn the place until his, once again, roguish charms had figured out the oil is still going past with a statue on the wall. He was able to successfully figure out the puzzle for that. As the statue opened up a small doorway, he crawled through, finding a nice and rather tasty ritual room with a whole bunch of nasty stuff in there, of which he decided to scroll some of the spell work that he did see. He fucked with some sort of a blood chalice, dumped some holy water in it. And some nice little fireworks happened there. Then they proceeded to burn the entire fucking facility down, make their escape, separating their ways from each other, thus cueing the third team, who was the dock team. Pretty much went according to plan. Aloria figured out that, she wanted to wear a little bit bigger breeches than normal today, as she not just lit docks ablaze with the explosion, but she also prepared the one warehouse for explosions as well. Upon getting everything ready, she set off the explosions, not realizing how explosives work. Not only did the docks explode, the warehouse explode, the warehouse beside it explode, and the warehouse beside that one explode. But the entirety of the area basically was just lit ablaze with smoke, debris, shrapnel, concussive force, and a whole bunch of nasty. Knocking her unconscious, knocking Arya, who was over past the docks in a boat, unconscious. And Felwolf just kind of got tickled a little bit and had to go in and drag the boat to shore, run to shore, where he found the leader of the Ragefang clan grasping his druid in his arms. So he picked up the Ragefang leader, picked up the rat, and just basically soldier carried them to shore, put them both on a boat, shoved Arya by the necklace into the Ragefang leader, effectively using her heightened wisdom to make her figure out, oh, this person needs healing, which she did figure out. Which then he decided to go for a marathon paddle session to get his team out of there as quick as possible. Upon rounding the corner, he tossed the cloak or the tarp over them to hide the wounded and the rest of them, making them look like cargo, as he then slowed the pace to look a little bit less suspicious. I believe that's where we ended up.
Yeah. I will say, after an hour, I think an hour, or is it 2 now, that I go back into being normal.
It's whatever your proficiency bonus is.
Oh.
You dummy.
No, half of your druid level, rounded down. So 2 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
You dummy.
You dummy.
Oh, it's close enough.
Yeah.
That's all I've been going off.
So, does anybody think he left anything out?
Nope, that was pretty
Nope, I
concise.
think that's good.
So, as you're rowing down the river, eventually you have to stop paddling as the muscles in your arms begin to burn.
Okay.
As you pull the paddles in, just drifting up the river. This river current isn't heavy, so it'll be a few minutes before it begins to drift you back.
It's a lazy stream.
Yeah. As you're kind of sitting there looking up at the billowing smoke, that ever small feeling of recompense towards the chaos and pain that they've caused your home. Though if it is enough or isn't, still ponders on you. You begin to hear squeaking on the boat as Aloria, you gain consciousness once more.
As I wake up, I guess all I see around me is this tarp, just darkness, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to crawl out from under the tarp.
Okay. You will notice one thing. Cannot hear.
Okay, I can see.
You can see you were shielded from the flash, so
Okay.
you were not blinded.
Wolf would be basically soaked with water, covered in ash, that kind of a thing. Probably a scorch mark here or two.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Upon looking around and seeing everybody in the boat, she's going to revert back to her normal form into a sitting position. That was some explosion.
As he just covers her mouth and just holds a finger up to his mouth. He
Laurie's
just
gonna cock
motions
an
after
eyebrow.
he drops his finger. He just motions with his mouth because he knows she's not going to be able to hear him.
Mm-hmm.
That you're loud.
Yes, you can hear either.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's how it is, man.
you
Wah,
talk-
wah, wah, wah.
Do we like
as
that?
as she reads your lips, she kind of gives a nod in understanding, and turns around to look at the where the plume of smoke is. How tall is that plume of smoke?
So the blast was great enough that the clouds that formed above, there's now like a small hole up in the clouds where they've been parted slightly. As you can see starlight and the moon of Gildor. Though barely you can see Megsil through some of the clouds nearby that spot. As the past hour or so, the clouds have been moving back into that spot. There's one massive, one quite large, and another small fire or billow of smoke coming from Auditore.
Laurie's gonna turn back around to look at Val and with a lowered voice. Did we do it?
As he just looks over at the smoke pillars, and he had watched basically the majority of the events unfold one at a time. He would hold up 3 fingers.
That was... What is? I'm gonna point at the Rage Fang guy.
Fellow points at the ranged fan guy, does this like hug measure or motion, and then points at you.
Aloria's going to have this like confused and like some concerned expression. Turn to him, turn back to you, then turn back to him, and then just kind of just stare blankly at the floor of the boat. Oh God. I should be dead. Lori just kind of gonna bring a hand up to her masked face and just kind of sit there in contemplation.
Felwolf will, after having a moment's respite of not rowing, he'll take their paddles back and his group slowly towards where Stolen's point's supposed to be. How far away from Stolen am I?
As you look up the river, you'll see Stolen pushing the boat out onto the water. I would say probably at the same time you'll see Elenan, another figure, and Neoma coming up to him, having walked the forest, the line of the tree line against the river.
Felwolf will aim the boat towards the shoreline that they're on. See, docks the boat upon the sand, mud, whatever it is. He says, I'm going to need help getting bodies out of the boat. The majority of my team has been wounded.
Arch, after having shifted out, how am I in pain? Am I feeling like residual pain from that concussion?
You don't feel any pain. You're just deaf.
Oh.
You were sheltered from the pain.
Yeah.
Felwolf basically grabs you by like underneath of one of your arms, just lifts you out of the boat. Since you seem to be kind of stuck in the shock of everything. As he uncovers the tarp, I'm assuming Arya's still healing the Rage Fang guy.
She's used one spell, but that's it.
Okay. Do you have any medicine knowledge to aid him at all? Potions, whatever?
She can't see or hear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I will grab Arya. I will search her bag for potions.
You used the only one that I'm aware that she had to bring her back.
I was worth a search anyway, and I just move her onto shore as well. Have the other druid. I motion to Neoma. I was like, can you look at these two? See if there's anything you could do for them.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, first she's gonna go for the fluffy one. She's just more worried because they're probably down.
Yeah, Arya's at least moving.
Yeah.
Felwolf will carry the Rage Fang guy out, transfer him into the other boat. This individual will need some healing.
Okay. She'll go over and do Cure Wounds at level 3. Since she did a lot.
While she does that, Eladan,
Yes.
how fared both of your targets?
Good. We got them both out.
Assuming this
Forgot.
lady here is one of them.
Yes.
Where's the other?
Autumn decided to head back home right away.
And his fiance, an acquaintance.
I forgot to tell him that they're in the city.
13 to...
They seem to be capable. They'll probably know that these are the signals that he's probably free.
Yeah.
As for you, as he looks over at what he believes to be Mao's sister, is she covered in any way, like a scarf, hood, cowl, whatever?
I don't believe they provided her anything. She's currently wearing her
If I remember correctly, I don't know who has it, but Stolen did provide cover for her and clothing.
Yeah, he has it.
I don't remember
They just
He
met
has
up.
it. Oh, okay. Yeah.
But yeah, she is in just her the sandals, the pants, and a kind of light top, but she is still covered in blood.
Assuming they tortured you.
She'll nod.
I am a good friend of your brother. He is the one who has sent me here to free you. I am Beowulf Starstrider. Your brother is desperate for your return. However, we must do one thing first. I ask that you come with us. Your statement shall be proof of the endeavor.
She'll nod once more.
As soon as my druids are done aiding to the wounded, we are going to immediately shove off in a new boat. If you would like to take a moment to wade into the waters, clean yourself with blood, now's your...
Without hesitation, she will proceed to do so as she begins just taking off armor and clothing and just starts walking towards the water.
Felwolf will turn to give her respect as he looks towards the rest of his group. That, how does the healing seem to be going for the Rage Fang member?
The healing will take, however, he seems somewhat unresponsive. He moves, but it's either in response to pain or just to external stimuli. He's not trying to look around or even trying to speak.
Elenan,
Yes.
could you give me a pint of the jade?
Yep. I'll pull that out. My...
And one thing Neil was just gonna do is both on Arya and Rage Fang is seeing if there's, as well as Aloria too, if there's any like notices of broken bones, and she would at least know that.
For the leader of the Rage Fang, you're able to tell that his ribs, though how even large they are broken towards the back, very close to the spine. There's a lot of swelling around the back of the head, the shoulders, and the knees. There's burn marks all over, and it's very hard to tell what is bruised from what is burnt at this point, because the outer layer of the skin has charred from what fur that did burn away and showed skin.
Felwolf will walk over to Neoma, hand her this pint of liquid. This is alcohol. It could remove some of it. Anything else?
Speak up.
Speak up, as you're cutting out.
Hello.
Oh my god. Please don't
You asked for it.
Who's Rudolph?
You did ask.
I mean, there's not much closer I can put my mic, guys.
Yeah.
It's when you're talking softly.
Oh, well. I said, I walk over to Neoma, I hand her a pint of liquid. I said, this is alcohol. Could help with this pain. Is there anything else you would need?
I guess I need to take care of his burns as well.
I believe Alori may have different herbs in her bag made for healing. I could check and see what she has. Would that help?
Yeah, anything, I guess, cooling in a way.
I'll walk over to Aloria. She's still wandering around deaf right now.
I'm just kind of standing wherever it was that you left me. I'm just kind of standing, and
He walks
Just
over to
staring
you.
at the-
He
at the
kind of
ground.
tugs at your little satchel thing that you have around, where you have your herbs.
I'm gonna turn towards him and kind of cock my head.
He kind of takes the satchel just gently and tugs a little bit more and points to himself.
Do you know how to use it?
He points to the other druid.
Does she know how to use it?
He just gives you kind of a thumbs up.
Alaric will just kind of weakly nod.
Takes the satchel off of her at that point. Walks
So-
over to Neoma and kneels down, opens up the pouch, shows her what's inside.
So the herbs that I have are the 4 bushels of herbs that are used to make the healing salve that I was intending to make. And then also included is my herbalism kit to actually make the damn stuff.
I'm having to double check.
Druids naturally are proficient with herbalism. So
I know. One big thing is I know there's a flower that's near me, so I'm just like, what is it? What is it? What is it off the top of my head?
You're talking about St. John's wort?
I think so. Or like aloe vera honeys, or
Aloe vera is for burn.
aloe veras do help
Anything
burns. Honey can help, especially with like second degree burns, especially. Third degree burns, I would need obviously aloe and honey. Either that or there it is, calendula. That's how.
bless
what it
you.
is.
Jesus.
It's just like a small like lily in a sense.
Always use a calla lily.
Hmm.
Don't. That's poisonous.
I don't know if these will 100% help. These are more for what I can already do.
I could go look for something nearby
You know what?
if you could describe it for me.
Arch, would I know anywhere there are bees or a hive? Probably.
The big think.
Big thunk. Just bees. That's all I need, honey.
Bees.
Honey would definitely help. Since we can't get Vera, I know that.
To look for bees.
Basically.
With your, I think it's a wandering skill, correct? The wanderer.
Yeah, I've been in that forest
Yeah,
quite a bit.
you'll be able to find bees. I wouldn't even have you make a roll. But you'll find a honey hive or a beehive. With all the smoke that is beginning to fill the area, it will be easy to be able to get honey from it.
Okay.
Most of them for them being drowsy.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna take all of it, but decent part where at least I can rub it on his burns, and then if Aloria and Arya has any.
I'm completely clean of burns, cuts, bruises. I have nothing.
She hasn't gotten over to you. She just knows you were hurt.
Well, you'd be able to tell.
Triage is one thing at a time, fast.
So probably, take a couple at least decent scoops. And then head back and then just gently apply it to Rage Fang to help with the burns as well as it can.
All right.
So it's not, a fast thing, but overnight it'll definitely help inflammation. So she'll just be careful if we move him again. He's hurt, and then she'll just point at the back of his, like near his spine. And then up to his head.
Looks like we will be taking him with us all the way to Whitewater.
Yeah. I guess I should also take a look at those two.
Well, since the priority has changed, I'm assuming this individual has his, I don't know, satchel or whatever on him, right?
The Rage Fang leader?
Yeah.
He does have a messenger bag of sorts. Yeah.
Okay. He's going to open up the messenger bag while she continues to treat the wound. Take a delve into his messenger bag.
All right. Immediately the things that will pop out from there is a hand-drawn map. Though a lot of the outsides are burnt away. Which shows a map of the eastern block of the Western Kingdoms, which would be like Auditore, Whitewater, Nightingale, those kinds of places.
Okay.
There are 2 bottles of leather wrapped sake and it's the wax paper covered roll of some sort of vegetable.
That's all.
And there are also 2 other bottles in there. The glass, 2 other potions or whatever. The glass is charred over and blackened, so you can't quite tell what it is inside of it.
And that's all that's in there. Hello?
1 second.
Oh,
Likely more unwanted visitors. Tends to be a running theme.
Huh.
because
I am trying to see if I ever gave you the name for the Rage Fang leader. That's what I'm trying to check. But it appears I may have not.
I was gonna say I don't have him on my people's list.
And because I know the time that you guys met him was immediately after the meditation between Fell Wolf, or the night of the meditation of Fell Wolf and Eloria.
the holding
Yeah.
of hands.
The holding hand scene. It came before, I believe, because you guys went up and did that after meeting the court, or the group of people that showed up that evening.
Yeah.
It was one of the first nights that we were actually in the auditory.
Yeah. So I'll have to go and see if I did or not. If not, I will be sure to do that.
I don't
some
have
point.
I don't think you
I
did
know.
because Fel was the only one that talked to him.
The only reason why I'm asking is because I know this individual is supposed to have something else that I've given him.
Yeah.
I'm seeing if he has it on him.
I believe that one was your letter.
The letter, a rolled letter in a scroll case. Yes.
Yeah, that will be there as well.
Okay.
It is tucked in the bottom. So the case itself on the exterior is slightly singed, but it's fine.
He will take the letter back, put that back in his possession, scroll case. As he kind of looks at the 2 blackened bottles, you said they're kind of like charred to where it's like pitch on the outside of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Can he rub that off with like a thumb or something and see what the color on the inside is?
As you rub one of them off, the interior of one is this strange, almost smoky blue color. And then the other one is what seems to be a regular or a form of health potion.
I see. As he takes this health potion and he hands it over to Neoma, he says, found this in his possession. Think this would be helpful?
Would I even know what this is?
I believe you have one of these. Ellen gave you one, to my understanding.
Oh, it's just a potion.
Yeah, it's a health potion.
Okay.
And do you per se know what this one does?
You handing over the blue one?
Yeah, the blue one, the other one in my hand.
Make me an Arcana check, Neoma.
Oh, yay, something I'm so great at. Watch this, guys.
Maybe a juice?
Blue.
Okay. I'd rather not give him something I'm unsure of what it is. I'll put it back in his possessions. As he stows it back in the individual's bag and kind of puts everything back in there nice and neat. Relatches the bag or ties it however it's supposed to close. Places that in the boat as well. Make sure everything we had in this boat's completely taken out, the tarp, everything, to where there's no physical signs of who this boat owns to.
Neoma, while he's doing that, is gonna go over to Arya and just check her.
Right now, she is probably slightly burnt on some parts because the fire damage.
Mm-hmm.
She is just looking at the ground, not really doing anything, and she is not breathing.
Well, seeing that you're not breathing, she'd probably be frantic.
She's still moving around a little bit, but she is not breathing.
She's still gonna be frantic because she thinks humans are supposed to breathe. People are just to breathe. So she'll probably come over and just tap you.
She'll reach up a hand and tap back.
So Neoma will sit down so at least you feel her tail wrap around you so you know it's her.
Arya's gonna reach up and motion to her ears and then her eyes.
Okay. I'm just gonna look over at Phil. I won't be able to take care of her fully until tomorrow.
That's fine. I will aid her. We will have Stolen pilot the boat.
Okay. For now, I will at least tend to her burns.
Understood. Whenever you're ready to shove off, we will get the.
Yeah, so
Finished.
Neoma just grab like a little dab of honey and put it on Arya's hand so at least she knows she's not gonna. It's
Okay.
nothing bad. So if she wants to taste it, she can, and she'll just tend to your wounds.
And she's not gonna taste it.
She's just like, all right, I don't want you to make sure it's not blood. Just honey.
Yeah.
I think honey is a little more of a thick substance than blood.
Sometimes it's hard to tell. Natural honey is a lot more liquid and
That's
tends
actually
to.
true. Yeah.
Mhm.
And
And
it can
there's
have
also
chunks in
different
it too.
tendencies
Yeah.
and thicknesses of blood, especially in different creatures. So
I like them big.
I like it chunky.
she'll just look over at Aloria and just kind of motion.
Aloria is kind of sitting on the ground right now, kind of in like a fetal position, just staring at the ground in front of her.
Then she'll probably wave her tail in front of you.
Aloria will blink a couple of times and look at you.
She'll just motion ears, like point at her ears,
Aloria will nod.
and she'll mouth tomorrow.
Aloria will nod again.
All right.
Watermelon.
We'll have to fix her as well tomorrow.
Right. All right, Ellen, help me get these people back on the boat. Let's make sure everybody's comfortable that's wounded. I will make sure, if you would like to keep an eye on our Rage Fang friend in case he awakens. You seem to be more perceptive than I.
Yep.
As he like basically taps Arya, gestures for her to get up, and points towards the new boat.
Which you can't see. You're gonna have to.
She's gonna stand up, but she's not gonna move anywhere.
Okay, so he picks up Arya, princess style now.
Fantastic.
Now, I mean, this is what
This
you
is
left
the
him
beginning
with.
of the harem arc.
This is what you left him with.
She
Options are
can't
limited.
really do much about it.
So princess carries Arya over to the boat. He puts her towards the middle area of the boat. So the way I'm having it is our Rage Fang friend will be towards the point since he's the most wounded. He's going to be directly looked after by Neoma as well as LNN. Then on the other side of those two, towards the middle, you're going to have Arya as well as Aloria. Then you're going to have me, and then you'll have at the back doing the rowing, Stolen.
What about Mao's sister?
Mao's sister, whenever she's done bathing, will probably sit just next to Felwolf since there's an open spot.
Mm,
Because Stolen will be at the back point of the boat.
right.
So, is the sister done bathing?
Yeah, she'll finish up and gather up her clothes and on her armaments and put them on.
As all the gear is finally on the boat, all the people on the boat, Felwolf will just gesture at the seat beside him for the sister to in.
She will she'll get on to the boat next to you.
She basically is like, all right, Stolen, get us the hell out of here.
I think what is it? It's let's make like salmon and head upstream.
Oh my god. I'm
I'm
glad I'm deaf. I'm glad I'm deaf.
And so begin to row upstream. I had to think of one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was. We haven't had one yet.
It's mandatory.
I have to have one every episode.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
It's nobody else did a fish thing yet, so I took it. You guys begin to row upstream. As a few more hours begin to pass, the occasional moments in which Stolen will stop rowing, and then after a small rest, begin rowing some more.
He and I can switch if we need to.
Okay. If you two just switch off, then you guys won't need to stop rowing.
Yeah, I prefer that.
Okay. As you guys begin to head up the stream, moving further and further, leaving Auditory slowly behind. You begin to work your way towards where some of the waters begin to rock the rowboat back and forth slightly, but eventually you pass through.
Rock boat.
As you begin to get to that section where there's the Tri-Rivers, I will now switch over since you do have a map for it.
Please.
Let's
Thank
go.
you. We're finally out of here with an explosive exit.
Cool
little
guys, don't look at explosions.
Ah, yes. Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you do. Oh wow. Wait a
Homeward
minute.
bound.
We're going home. Ellen, you're going home.
Holy shit.
As it will take a good while as you guys are rowing further and further up the stream. If I am correct to recall, you guys are heading to down this stream here.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we're going to the
We are
trifecta
going
area where we're
right
supposed
here.
to, if we need to, take our rest.
Okay.
At that point, it's really a judgment call by the team to kind of look at everybody's exhaustion levels, wounds, to see if we need to take a rest.
If you check down here on the map, these blocks at the bottom, the entire length is 120 miles. Each is cut up into fives, which means that's 20 miles. No, it's 25 miles apiece. It will take you a good while. On foot, you travel 24 miles in a day, and you are rowing upstream. So you guys, by going back and forth in tandem, will probably be able, in my opinion, keep a good pace with walking. You'll probably be able to get from Auditore towards this section here in a day by rowing.
Which section?
Right here. You've yet to break through the mountain range.
It's not quite so where the bridge was for the meeting point.
Yeah, so this is the first bridge that you would hit. It's here.
Okay.
This is the Tri-River.
Yeah. All right.
So if this is where you're supposed to meet, that will probably be a few days' journey.
The original meeting point was the bridge before the trifecta.
Okay, so this bridge. That will be a maximum of 2-day journey on foot.
Okay. So that means we will have to stop and rest at some point.
More than likely.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Shadow
So-
caught up with us, right?
No, Shadow went out an entirely different
Shadow
area.
is supposed, because he was told that the meeting point is that bridge.
Right, okay.
If a team could not get to the boat, to go to the bridge.
Right.
I didn't like my odds. Plus, I knew the city was on fire, so I was like, nope.
Just getting out. Yeah.
I was like,
I had
Zolf
what I
tried to
had, I
plan
wasn't
for
passing it.
everything, just in case.
Leave nothing up to chance.
Yeah, on this boat ride, Niama could have just been somewhat just meditating, just so she can get that long rest to be ready for the swap. So she can swap her spell.
Would I be able to do a short rest on? Would we be able to rest on the boat?
If you're not doing anything, I would assume so. It's not like it's a raging river.
Yeah.
If I can do a short rest, I get my stuff back. So
I'm gonna do
DM
the
call?
same.
I did give you the name, by the way.
Yeah, I
GM call?
thought so.
Oh,
Sorry, I gave you the name for the Rage Fang leader. It's Klavic.
Clavicle.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, Klavic Rage Fang.
Clavic's clavicle is broken.
Yes.
Yep.
Many places.
how do you spell that?
Clavic.
DM, the question proposed was, can they get a short rest while we crash boat?
Anybody that is not rowing, yes, can have a short rest.
Okay.
Matter of fact, if you wish to sleep entirely, you may have a long rest. It just leaves. It will mean that the other two are rowing for 8 hours.
Or at least 4 hours apiece.
Oh yeah, 4 hours
Switching.
apiece. Every
Hopefully
hour
switching.
switching off.
Yeah. That would be ridiculous.
Which is a thing.
I only need 2 hours, so I could also row a little bit.
All right.
Thank you, Mythbusters.
Exactly.
We'll just probably be very cranky.
Yep. At the end of the 8 hours in which you, your team of 3 eventually finishes rowing, the night sky is yet to begin to lighten, but the clouds above you have overtaken the sky.
These look
Finding
like rain
yourself.
clouds.
They make me a nature check with advantage, or a survival check with advantage. I'll leave it up to you.
Well, seeing as I'm skilled in one and not the other,
Yeah. Understandable. Nice.
20.
From your experience with the season in which you are now in, those are not rain clouds.
Huh.
That is snow.
Ah, shit.
Ah, shit.
Okay. So, do I have a guesstimate? Obviously, this is not going to be accurate. Do I have a guesstimate on how long and hours we have before that hits?
The clouds above you have yet to show any signs of precipitation. You have probably around anywhere from 2 to 4 hours. And with the amount that is building up and the how heavy the clouds are looking, and the fact that you're around mountains means it is going to be feet of snow.
Felwolf will look over to Neoma, which is currently the only nature user I believe that can hear still, correct?
If after 8 hours, everybody will have been cured of deafness and blindness.
Okay, never mind then.
I still put
However,
it over in case.
the blindness will be gone. You will, however, have disadvantage for at least 2 hours on perception and investigation checks. Any sight-related activity you'll have disadvantage on for 2 hours. But you can see. It's just fucking blurry.
Felwolf will speak to his nature-related crew. Says, does anyone have the ability to make a quick shelter? As I foresee snow falling upon us soon.
Those of you that did get long rest, you can change your spells.
I'm checking.
Arya raises her hand. I've got a spell in order to give us shelter. It'll keep us warm too.
Being near the mountain, which we will probably have to dock near for the remainder of the spell,
What spell
there
is
will
that?
be a lot of snow falling.
I think the spell I'm thinking of.
It should be fine.
Will it be able to keep us warm, or should we find a ample amount of firewood?
We will be fine inside.
So be it. So then he will basically just direct Stolen to get us on shore. We'll all drag the boat off of the river. That way there's no sign of a boat on the river. Is there a forest where we are next to these trees, or kind of barren?
A lot of it is opened up. There's the occasional grouping of trees, though it's like 5 or 6. If you are making some sort of hole in the ground, it may work. But other than that, it would probably be something that you'd climb up towards an elevated section, like a slope, and going in that way.
Okay.
But
There's a twofold reason I was asked. Number one, it's firewood. Number two, a hunting area.
the valley here, from what you can see, with your, I believe your survival is 6, yeah. So with a passive 16 and the area in which you're in, it's probably mostly small game.
Okay.
Or something that is mountainous, like a goat.
That's all I was really looking for, yeah. I figured there wouldn't be any extravagant in this type of territory. He would ask Shadow and Elenan, that's their strong suit, to go hunting for the game. Because if this is going to be a cold night, we're going to want something to munch on.
Shadow's not there. Cough.
Not yet.
Elenan is here.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do it.
All right.
I'm assuming, Neoma, you're going to continue caring for the wounded.
Yeah, I'll keep eye on Rage Fang and Ariana Loria, just in case.
Are you swapping on any of your spells?
I did swap out one of them, just in case if we needed it again.
Who else we got here? Zolan's going to camouflage the boat for us. Whatever he does with his stuff. Felwolf will help carry the wounded up to where the group is their shelter.
All right. I'll have Stolen attempt to catch fish from the river.
That'll work. Yeah, make him do the fish thing. Arya, don't quite have any. What do you want to do to make the shelter? Right.
We should get some rocks and other debris for nearby in order to try and camouflage it.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's going to be pretty obvious.
Once you figure out an area, I can drop the leader here down and go find the debris that you.
Okay. I'm just going to look for a 10-foot area that seems to be pretty flat. 10-foot radius.
All right.
And then I'll sit down in it and start casting Tiny Hut.
Yeah. A ritual casting.
Ritual casting, yeah, so
All
11
right.
minutes.
I'm gonna use Druidcraft to see the weather forecast for the next 24 hours in our location. What effect does it produce?
Snoo.
No, got it. Just wanted to be sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
What else would it tell you? Like how extreme or what?
No, it just says what the weather will be
It's
like.
a cantrip.
Yeah.
It's a cantrip, so it's not going to
It
say.
will be- So I'll give you your general weather cast. Cloudy with a snow.
Cloudy with the snow. Cloudy with the snow. Got it. Not a chance of snow with a snow.
Dark clouds with white bullshit in metric tons.
Yep.
Right, that
34
part of
letter word. Yes, we know.
Ooh, another one. That's 3. Fuck
Oh,
yeah.
kaboom.
we just fixed the Knicks King. Get wrecked.
Picnics, King.
Going hunting. Yes.
All right, going hunting. Give me a. I'll let you do this. Give me a stealth check. If it's high enough, you'll get advantage. All right.
25?
25 is high enough, of course. Go ahead and you can always get a 2 or a 1. So go ahead and roll survival with advantage.
$20?
Looks like you really wanted that advantage. 20. Yeah, you'll find a large amount of small game, things like rabbits, squirrels, the occasional raccoon or possum, and you can, so if any of those sound good, let me know. So you can get about you'll get 1 raccoon, 2 possums, 4 squirrels, 3 rabbits, and a single mountain goat.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Yep.
We bring that all back, unload it, and be like, "Hey guys, I got food."
This cue the meme Felwolf just has an anime pose with his chef knife.
Yeah. Oh, he goes full Orion J.
This too.
Just goes full Orion J. Fucking.
All right. Do I find the debris that Arya was looking for?
You'll go down to the water and find debris. Yeah, like wood that may have come from the forest further down, further up the stream. Things like that. Rocks, easy. If you wanted, you could just pull a bush out of the fucking ground and walk it over.
Oh yeah.
I'm also going to look for a couple of things for people to sit on, and for those, because if I'm going to be doing some cooking, I would like to have like a table. So if I felt like a board or planks, whatever debris, you know what I mean?
Yeah. If you want to take time, you could probably pull a stump out of the ground.
That'll work.
All right.
Frank,
Yeah, I'll just
was a
take it about
raccoon,
half an
right?
hour.
Motherfucker, I'm a beefcake.
Yeah, it was 1 raccoon, 2 possums, 4 squirrels, 3 rabbits, and 1 mountain goat.
Yep. So I'll have plenty to keep myself busy.
Arya's gonna start at this. Well, before everybody starts going everywhere, she's gonna get everybody to get together first around her before the spell's done. Because anybody that's inside the spell can move freely through it. Otherwise, you can't.
I believe it's you select who goes in and out, correct? Or is that
Nope.
That's Tiananmen's tiny hut or whatever, right? That's the other one. Got it.
That's the other one.
That's the cooler version.
Yeah.
Learn cooler spells. God.
damn.
Just level up already, even though I control at the rate you level up.
Yeah. Impress me.
I heard the laugh in the background.
Yeah.
And you'll everybody will come in, or at least most of the wounded brought in first. Cast a spell, which I do believe that is all. It also regulates the temperature inside, keeping it okay.
Yep, comfortable and dry.
And it is only a dome, not a complete circle.
Yes.
And you are able to choose the color of the dome. What color are you choosing?
I'm going to try and make it a gray, similar to the rocks that are around.
Got it. A perfectly smooth stone.
Yep.
Mhm.
It is, from the exterior, it is opaque. From the interior, you can see out of it.
Yep.
All right. You guys are able to make a small form of camp without fire by the time it begins to snow. Shadow.
Yes.
You make your way not down the river, but around the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
So you're keeping in tow with the river on the other side of the mountain.
At least
Begins
making an attempt to, yes.
You will begin to be pelted by large clumps of snow falling from the sky.
Large clumps of snow.
It has been hours now since you left Auditore.
Large clumps of snow. Well, damn. Knew it was a heavy winter, but I didn't know this heavy. Damnation's going on.
Well, you've also never been anywhere near snow. So a lot of white stuff that is cold is falling from the sky.
I don't like this shit.
You've been educated on what snow is, but this sucks.
This is dumb. Whatever this metric bullcrap is dumb.
Yeah.
I said it was going to be a cold one.
I can tell you, it's pretty, but this is some bullshit.
Yep.
Every time.
As you are
For reference, I do have to cook the food that was brought to me, so I will have a fire going on the outside.
all right.
A stump fire. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yep,
You're using a
that
stump. Got it.
Yep.
That's fine. as you're following along the river, you'll see a boat with 2 individuals on it. It is, at this point, after a few minutes past, almost a blizzard. As the wind is kicking up, you can see an individual of small stature and another slim individual, both with fishing rods, fishing on the river.
Is it that same guy wearing black?
Nope. These
Not the
individuals
same
don't. These individuals seem to be wearing dark clothing. No, from your engagement of them, they seem to be wearing fur, winter clothing.
They're wearing you.
No? No, you see, I have the upper hand. I'll be wearing them. But no. What kind of boat is this?
It's a rowboat. It could fit
Looks nice.
roughly
I'll take it.
5-6 people.
Your
There's
boat.
only 2 people on it.
I'll take it.
Nice boat. I think I'll take it.
All right. I'll approach this.
All right. So you walk up to the riverside.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Approach these individuals. Or I probably have to yell over this fucking weather.
Yeah.
How goes the fishing?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Shit weather like this, I doubt it. At least
anything.
biting.
Got a few.
You wouldn't by chance be up the river now, would you? As I would gesture upstream.
Oh, we don't live that way. We do have a small camp if you want to stop by.
I need to meet up with some friends up towards the bridge in that direction. Think you could give me a hand, or at least a night to dry off, so I can go and meet them in that direction?
Sure. He'll
All right.
lean over to the other individual in the boat. We'll be delighted to. Let us just pull into shore.
Something smells.
That
fucking
sounds sus as hell. Sus as hell.
Sure, lad. Let us just get a wee bit closer to you. Don't mind me pokey stick.
The stout individual begin to row the boat towards your side of the river.
All right.
Let me.
In this
That's like-
fucking shit
the
weather,
child's
I'm gonna
alone.
have to do a perception check. They got weapons on them.
I'll double check first.
Shadow's
Dude,
alone
dude.
over in the forest. Got these 2 random rednecks about to do some shady shit. Like
Yeah.
a scene from fucking Deliverance about to happen.
Watch this
Delete
shit,
that,
about to
Lucy. Delete
fucking-
that shit now.
About to step back into the white winter and become fucking invisible.
Delete that bullshit.
There you said redneck. It's right.
I'll go ahead and do this real quick for you. Oh, hold on.
What are you snorting over there?
Nothing to worry about.
I countered Spaz. I knew what he was about to do.
God damn it. You didn't. Didn't fucking know.
All right. There's that, and then let me grab the other individual that's on the boat. There we go, and then this. All right. The boat pulls up into shore. For your reference, as I will describe, you'll see these two figures. The stout individual, a male dwarf, probably in the later centuries. He does have a very broken, worn axe at his side, and you will see a half-elf woman on the other side of the boat with a small fox at her feet. She has a bow across her back and a small sword on her side and a shield on her back.
A woodsman and a huntress, by the looks of it.
Hop on. We can take you to up the stream.
All right. I appreciate that. This weather's awful.
It's the equivalent of a kid getting into a sketchy white van.
Yes, get on the dwarf's boat.
You see, this is where I turn it around and know you.
Yep.
See, I'm the weirdo getting in the boat.
It picks up a person whose first name is Shadow.
I'm not trapped here with you.
You're
Trapped here with me.
You're on a boat with me.
You'll be as you take a good look at them, they don't seem to be heavily armored. They just seem to have what amounts to a take this, it's dangerous to go alone amount of gear. Weapons for each. Yeah, enough for each. However, the size of the boat makes sense upon the moment you begin to take in the fact that there are multiple empty barrels of what may have been ale.
Oh.
The rum runners.
They need to go drink as well.
Ah,
They be rum runners.
all right.
As the old dwarf begins rowing upstream, you can see the female half elf is digging through a couple of the bags and extra feet that are moving around. As you can see her sorting the fish.
Ah. Understandable.
So where'd you come from?
Auditore. Out here hunting for vampires. What are you lot doing?
Vampire. Well, that's hilarious.
Oh, yes, I'm full of jokes.
Well, we're out here enjoying a small break. Left Intra to head down this way for a little while. Go visit my late wife's grave.
Ah. I see. Say, tell me, does it always get this, bad with the snow around this time of year?
The first few weeks, normally you don't see a single flake, I guess, in this section of the Western Kingdoms. It's mostly due to the mountain ranges up in the north. As the air tries to come down, most of the moisture stays up that way. But recent years have been a bit of a change.
Hmm.
So instead of slowly getting it over past few weeks or so, they get a big lump near the start, and eventually it trickles in back mid-winter. But by that point, it's already cold enough. It's might as well have the snow.
We were warned of snow by a friend of ours, but this is just ridiculous.
Not as bad where we come from. No.
Ah, up north, I take it?
Yeah. Up there, hell, you'd probably be buried in it. And that's if you're standing.
Probably. Rather take my chances back down south, personally.
Well, you can always kill something up north and use its warmth. I don't think there's really anything cold down south other than the hearts of some people.
Ah, definitely.
Look, there we are. As he kind of points off, you'll see a small light through the blizzard. What appears to be maybe an old shack or a building that may have been used as a way station of some sort.
Ah, well, I thank you, friends. I'm gonna take cover tonight. And I'll see how it is in the morning.
You'll be able to get out of it. But if you want, if you're heading further south, if you took something with you and delivered it to my brother-in-law in Whitewater, I'd be grateful for it, and I'd lend you a goat. Ram. Would go.
Riding goat?
Yeah. My brother
You know
will
what?
return it by the season in anyway. He's got to head back up. His old lady's getting real naggy.
All right. What do you need me to deliver?
Just a barrel.
Deliver a barrel to Whitewater. I can probably manage that. You are lending me shelter, after all. All right. I'll do this for you.
All right. Well, if you need to head out tonight, we got warmer clothes, but I hope you're smart enough to at least pack yourself some.
Oh, I have warm clothes. I just haven't had the chance to put it on. I've been hiking for a while now.
Well, let's get you inside where it's at least dry and warm.
All right.
At that point, the rowboat will hit the shoreline as the woman steps off. The fox hops out of the boat. As she begins to somewhat drag it up, before anybody else even gets off, he'll quickly jump off and start pushing it from the water. You got to give me time to get out of the boat. You can't just drag me on land. Well, you're the one that's taking forever. I've got little arms, thank you. Maybe you should row next time. Sure, Dad. Kids, am I
Oh.
right?
Don't have any yet, but I could understand.
Oh my god.
All right. Well, he grabs a couple of the barrels and stuff. I'll haul things in and out. You follow time into the inside. You take the fish. Don't want them frozen before we can cook them.
I help carry the fish.
Her and the fox will lead the way. She'll unlock the door and open it. Stepping inside. Do you enter?
With the fish.
As you enter in there, you can see there are fish, dried fish stringing the walls, multiple barrels. There are 2 beds. One is nicer than the other, and there is a fireplace in the back that is still lit. There does seem to be what are bedpans or what are they actually called? The blanket warmers. That's what they are. Blanket warmers. These cast iron, like frying pans with a lid with charcoal in it.
Yeah, if you ever watch Pirates of the Caribbean, that thing that the maid uses.
They are in the fireplace currently.
Okay.
Eventually, the dwarven individual brings a lot of the things inside, or everything else inside, and you eventually hear a loud knocking noise as he then enters in. Just pulled the boat back up towards the building so it doesn't get filled with snow. We lost that last year, didn't we? As he looks over at time. You didn't tell me to bring it in. You're not supposed to bring it. You bring it up. You make sure that the bottom is angled up so that it doesn't fill with snow. Whatever. Jeez. Can't believe we traveled almost a month just to get here for you to be snotty. So,
Now this-
from Auditore and the weird Catman. How's that work?
Just a traveling hunter looking to put down some vampires. Long story short, we've been chasing these vampires for a while now. Just say they've crossed the wrong folk.
Well, I'm either I'm not quite sure if they've got one long life and you've got like 9, where it's like a math thing. Well, either way, from the fact that you're willing to walk from Auditore to here, knowing it's going to snow and not doing it, at least tells me you have dedication.
What can
You
I
like
say?
fish? Or is that like a misconception for you? Where
No,
people
I
of the
actually
feline persuasion?
quite like fish. Salmon in particular. But,
Oh, they have some dried. We can cook the fresh ones that we just caught.
I'm used to rations. Anything would really do. Nothing to put you out.
We're gonna climb the mountain tomorrow and then head back home here soon. Someday didn't drag their ass the entire way. We would have been here 2 weeks ago. I didn't drag my ass. We're not crossing through scale nations to get here. Like they would have ever noticed. Not them, Dad, that you need to worry about. It's the giant lizards in the sky. Oh,
I mean,
scary
dragons.
monster. Yeah, dragon. What a bunch of...
Slaying one of those on my way.
See? Everyone can kill a dragon these days, even a vampire hunter. Tell me worry about dragons.
Well,
Let's be honest here. Scaled Nations is nothing but a retirement home for all those people, or all those dragons. The real ones, they're the ones up north. They fight monsters daily, attack towns and castles and whatnot. That's the real dragon. Down here, I'm surprised if they could even fart methane. Because even then it'd be too flammable for them. Pansies.
How much do you know about the North?
I lived there my entire life.
Love to hear a little bit about it if you wouldn't mind.
I have no problem talking about it. It's cold. And it's wonderful. Every mile lies dangers untold. Buried cities. Ancient wonders. The farthest eastern part of the snowy tundra that is the ice crown is Intramontan, the kingdom of dwarves. You know, that's where you'll find the world anvil, right?
World Anvil.
Yeah. The ancient
Sounds-
artifact of dwarf.
Don't know anything of the World Anvil, actually. Would you mind telling me?
So the greatest weapons are craft on it. They make the blade. It made the Emperor's blade for the Jade jurisdiction. The last dwarven king ended up forging some sort of shield for the King of Whitewater when he passed through, saving his son. I think the most legendary thing, most people say it's crazy talk. It's because it is, Dad. Oh, crazy's crazy. This is possible. You see, said that the first thing ever crafted on the world's anvil, it uses the heat of the planet just to melt the iron in its forges, and crafting upon all of the equipment found within the blacksmith of the gods, or the smithy of the gods. You're able to craft things like artifacts. A great weapon that supposedly, if it could sunder a mountain in a single blow. Call it. This is why everybody says it's not real. They call it the Giant's Glaive. Supposedly, it was crafted for the largest giant in the north. A titan among giants. And with it, he cut the entire top off a mountain, which allowed the dwarves to form an above-ground kingdom attached to our own. Thus was born Intramontan. Everybody just says we carved it away. So that's believable. Who the fuck's going to just get rid of useless rock? Who's gonna make time for that? Let's be honest here.
Does sound like a lot of extra work. It would make more sense that it was cleaved.
That's my point exactly. Everyone says, oh, you old dwarves are crazy. Nothing could ever cleave a mountain top off.
Speaking of weapons, I heard rumors about a weapon that was forged using a dragon's soul. Is
Oh,
that something that could have been made?
You're talking about, we're not technically native to the north, though our kingdom is now there, so I guess you could say somewhat we are. But there was an ancient tribe of people that ended up becoming what most people in the Western kingdoms call Goliath. They descend from the blood of giants and shamanistic beings from the north. They are able to craft souls and elements from creatures born of primordial forces into weapons. We help them perfect it by teaching them crafts to aid in their creation. The weapons they once made in ancient times were things like mallets that were able to drive earth elementals back into the ground after one swing. Or an arrow that was able to be fired so fast from a bow that it dragged with it an elemental of air. Things like that. We help them learn how to take creatures like dragons and other like aquatic creatures and giants, essentially meld their souls or essence into blades and armor. They're better at making magical gear and things like that than most other people. But when it comes to how the appearances are, normally either they've had training by a dwarf or some other professional blacksmith before they do such. That way that they make it a family heirloom, and they're known as heroic weapons or artifacts up in the north. Only members of hero families are able to wield these.
Understandable.
I think the one you're speaking of is the Azul family. They're the ones that are known as the late father, I believe, or the one that crafted the blade. Nobody's seen it in a long time, but known up there as the hero, the frozen king of the north.
I'd like to one day meet this frozen king. Do you know if he still yet lives?
If I knew that, I'd probably be a really rich man at this point. He's been missing for like 24 years.
That's unfortunate.
Well, all I know is that his daughter's looking for him, and there's some weird reward about information. So, if I knew anything, I'd be a rich man right now. March my way over to Whitewater, leave a message for her there, and wait for my earnings.
All right.
Yeah, my brother technically owns, my brother-in-law technically owns what's referred to as a leisure palace.
A palace?
It's not really a palace. It's like fancy wording for like a place people go to relax over in Whitewater.
Oh.
It's over on the Horseshoe Coast.
Okay.
So that's where the barrel will be going. Time is that food done? Yes, you talked long enough that I cooked the fish. You didn't have to throw. You could have just said yes. Oh. Then yes.
Oh,
All right. Well, you can take food with you if you're wanting to go. We can step out and you can change. We can face the corner. I don't know if it's.
Yeah, don't mind me. Essentially, he would drop his gear and stuff on the side and just essentially quickly change out of eyesight.
Are you pulling out your new clothes?
Yeah,
All right. Are you ready for me to describe you your new clothes?
would love to.
All right. As you open up the packaging, there is a note that says, "Don't forget to reverse." And it's signed by Cord.
Don't forget to reverse.
As you set the note aside, you have before you a almost form-fitting detailless black color. The stitching is almost invisible to the naked eye as you look at it. There's leather stitched into one of the shoulders. Areas where you can attach smaller things like throwing knives, potions, poisons, almost like a small vest stitched into it. However, on this dark black side, you have areas around them that are puffed. And as you look into the interior of this fitted, almost jacket coat, it is white on the inside, where the stitching is threaded in gold and silvers. This almost noble-esque attire. There are areas that show signs of what seem to be golden waves, almost like that of sand dunes. And up in the left breast area is a ankh stitched in with seems to be gold flake. There's a cloak that also reverses. The coat folds in on itself and unfolds as it can stay black entirely or white entirely.
I think I'll wear the white on the outside as to blend in with my surroundings.
It comes with a set of boots that in the very bottom have a slot for a potion or poison alongside a dagger. They have a false bottom boot.
Huh. The fact that he managed to tailor a boot for a tabaxi, I'm proud of him.
The way it does it is that the extra sole rides up the back as it provides more stability behind where the paw would be. Where it lifts, there's extra sole there is where you would hide these things. And it's on both boots.
Okay.
There is a form of utility belt that has a frog on it, which would be where you would stow a weapon like a sword or an axe or something that is able to change its size, that you can adjust it.
Awesome.
There are gloves that have areas where you can put in either small daggers or throwing knives, and on the base of another one there is a small bulge where you can put a poison vial into that connects to what seems to be some sort of nozzle that by punching would activate a spray effect. So you could punch and add poison to a punch.
Hmm.
And instead
All
of
right.
a face cowl of some kind that fits your face, the hood on the cloak hangs over the end of your snout, your nose, within a veil is able to be pulled out from the hood and attached around that gives this idea that there's nothing underneath the hood.
Oh, a faceless mask.
Yep.
Gotcha.
So you essentially have the equivalent of a studded leather outfit that is reversible between a pitch black and a snow white color. The snow white color looks very noble, while the pitch black is more meant for that idea of like you're like, I need it to work in the dark or whatever.
Ah,
So he gave you both.
exactly what I needed.
Something to stand out at all times of day.
Fantastic.
So that you can reverse the jacket and hide all those things inside the jacket with the puffing of it to seem like you have that noblest quilted vest of some kind. And your poisons and daggers and stuff can be put in as hidden weapons.
And as I put all of this on, I make sure to put all my vials away, store everything where it needs to go, and essentially sit down and have a meal with this fine gentleman and his daughter.
Well, Becca is not back. Be gentle. She won't. There is a saddle. If you haven't ever ridden a northern goat, they're technically rams, but we dwarves just call them goats because they really do just eat anything. And they're not as picky as to who rides them, so somebody can end up stealing it if you're not paying attention.
All right. I'll definitely be careful with him then.
All right. Yeah. If you're wanting to catch up to your friends, I would probably suggest taking her out as soon as you can and getting to them before the snow hits, because once the snow hits, you'll have to wait until either they come out so you can follow their tracks, or you're gonna have to have a fun time trying to find wherever they're hiding covered in snow.
All
I
right,
suspect
after
from the
finishing-
level it's coming down, you're gonna have somewhere about 3 feet. So you'll be able to charge that, no problem.
After sitting down and eating, I will get up, shake the dwarf's hand. I thank you for your kindness. It has been much appreciated. And to you and your daughter, safe journey.
Well, if you ever find your way up north, you can look for me in Mont Tim. Old Ratkoi. Old Ratkoi.
Oh, one more thing, just so I can write it down. What was your brother's name again?
Ah, my brother. You could just call him Chris. He hates it, but he'll know it's from me.
Okay, duly noted. Give this barrel to Chris. And he runs the... Sorry, what was the business name again? As he's jotting this down.
I don't know what he's calling it, but it's a leisure palace.
Leisure Palace.
It's on a horseshoe shore. A horseshoe coast, I think is what it is. So it's a big fancy building. You won't be able to miss it. It's on the beach.
All right. And I will bid you two a pleasant night.
Good luck out there.
Thank you. I will take the barrel, all my belongings, and I will head out. I will just find this goat.
As you head around back of the shack, you'll see about 4 massive ram-like creatures. They are about the size of a horse and a half.
Fantastic. I'm guessing they all have names on them.
Yeah.
All right. Take the one he said to take then.
Right. As you mount up, it doesn't kick, doesn't fight. But as soon as you put the reins into your hands and begin to ride it like a horse, it just takes off. And it doesn't gallop. It jumps.
Just straight bull charge. Oh, charge. Jumps.
It
Okay.
leaps from place to place.
Hell yeah.
It is about the same speed as a riding horse. But it is a very jolting experience. As it leaps about 40 feet at a time, or 30 feet at a time. Essentially, ba-ba, ba-ba.
Damn. I'll get there in no time flat then. Alright, now I'm on my way. Time to get back to the shore and ride it up to where I need to meet them.
All right, we'll head back to the other group. Now the snow is falling. Beowulf, I'll need that, I guess that cooking check, the utensils and whatnot. For the food.
All right.
$16. Yeah. The snow's coming down. It keeps trying to kill the fire, but you're able to keep it going. You'll be able to grill up the squirrel, carve up the rabbits and stuff, the mountain goat, the raccoon, getting it all mostly just cooked so that you guys can store it or dry it later.
All right.
Dinner is served for everybody.
And he brings it in and start handing it. Puts this big ass pile of, I guess, meat for everybody to pick.
Morgish Borg.
Yeah.
Still at this point, Rage Fang has yet truthfully to wake from slumber or recover enough to put up much of any effort towards anything. He's still breathing, moving. And occasionally will open his eyes and just take a look at everything in this kind of gray to haze vision of the eyes, where it's almost bleached out, closing them again and just sleeping. You all made it out of Auditori. You guys have nothing to say as you're recovering and eating?
I don't know, do they?
I'm on a goat. Everybody, look at me.
Honestly, just nomming a bit of meat and then just stuffing a tiny bit in my bag.
Fuck, I'm gonna regret this. Arya is gonna try and breathe in. How bad is it?
Your Constitution saving throw.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
If it hurt anymore, you'd probably poop yourself. As you take a breath in, everything your body tells you is brace for impact. As your chest, your abdomen, like your entire diaphragm area just seizes for a second as this sharp pain, as if you've been stabbed 3 times in a row, shoots through your chest.
Oh, God. Help. Please.
Don't know what to do for a punctured lung. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Fellow pulls out one of his knives. What do you want me to do?
Still dripping of meat sauce.
Hey, I got 20 of these. It's not the same one.
I know a bit of medicine, so I know what to do.
I can attempt a history check to see if I ever learned about this.
Go ahead.
It's the best I'm going to be able to offer here.
No.
Mm.
Go ahead, Arya. Give me another Constitution saving throw.
Oh, no.
Because believe it or not, every time you talk, you have to take a breath in.
Yep.
No.
Nope.
You will yell out in pain at this point, causing to further pain as it begins to cascade from that point.
Okay.
It'll be at that point you'll see the hand of Rage Fang move towards Arya as he grits his teeth, and you'll see him reach back towards his neck and pull seems to be a bone off of this necklace as he just stabs her in the chest with it and then just lays back over.
Well, I could have done that.
Yeah. At that point, Foulwolf, you'll see as fluid just begins to drain out of it.
He'll basically roll her over to the side so the blood drains out of the wound and not back into it.
Stabbed her with a hollow bone made of chicken. How's the chicken taste now?
He'll take. You look over to Naomi. He's like, Naomi, do you have any cloth, bandages, something?
She will unwrap the cloth that is wrapped around her wrist. It goes all the way from her wrist up to her elbow. She'll just unwrap all of it and hand it to you.
And he kind of looks at Arya. He says, Arya, is she wearing armor?
She
I would
was still
say-
wearing her full plate.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to need to remove your armor.
Or sorry, yeah, it's half plate. Never mind.
She would have clothing underneath, like cloth and things. So
He's just announcing it. He says,
Okay.
Arya, I have to remove your armor.
Just fucking do it.
So he's like, Neoma, would you mind?
You're just gonna have to walk me through it.
As he explains to you the different latches, just mirror what he does.
Yes.
Slowly they take off the the chest plate to the armor without jostling her around too much. Fellow will roll her on the side towards him so that he's actually explain to me which side is punctured.
Maybe the right side.
Okay, so he would roll it away from him towards Neoma so that it would drain the wound. He would place the bandage, slowly wrapping around it. Blood would be absorbed by the bandage, not be dripped back into, leaving the protrusion exposed.
Okay.
And in addition, going to his knowledge, Arya has drank alcohol before, correct?
Yes.
Has
Only
she been
twice in
afflicted
front
by
of
it?
you.
Has she been afflicted by it?
Yes.
Okay. He's going to take that pint that Neoma had and offer a few sips of it to ease the pain.
She's gonna grab it and start drinking the whole thing.
All right, that works too.
Yep.
And he'll basically just have, I guess Neo will pull over like a stump or something that's brought in, and he'll just sit on the stump and have Arya kind of just like placed there, sitting upwards, I guess between his laps, so she can lean back a little bit without being completely horizontal.
All right.
He just looks over to the Rage Fang. So you're finally awake.
Bruh. Fucking bruh.
Got caught trying to cross the border.
The funny thing is, I woke up from dozing off 2 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see. Did I get her in the throat or the chest?
Chest.
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 Good.
And is it pitch black or is it just dull?
Nothing.
Neoma's just gonna do lesser restoration on him.
Cure thee of your blindness.
All right. I don't think druids actually have a cost for that one, do they?
No.
remember.
Second level. That's why I had to sleep.
Got it. As you do that, the eyes that have been this almost pale color begin to have detail come back to them. It begins just to look around and focus on things, squinting and blinking.
I would suggest not moving around too much as your injuries are quite severe. Along with some of our others, obviously.
Out of
I
all of
will
them,
recover
he's
with
the
my
worst.
dignity. That one lost theirs as he points to Arya.
What dignity did I have?
Would you like a drink?
Yeah.
Neoma.
Mm.
Bag. 2 containers. Alcoholic beverage. I believe he would like to partake of that.
More scars to my pre-existing one. Anyone with cloth, dirty or not? I have a feeling I must remove the weakness.
Neoma will unwrap her other cloth, which is just extra cloth that she has around her neck, and hand it to him.
He'll take it. And he'll heave this unhealthy amount of blood just into it.
Ew.
It just eventually just seeps from his hand as he looks up. Takes that drink now.
And then Neoma will go over to the bag and that Bell pointed at. I don't know what it actually looks like, so she'll just kind of hold up the bag to you so you can grab it.
He'll pull out one of the bottles of the sake, unwind it from the leather. I don't have sausage, so I'll take a drink, you take one. As he just holds his head back, you can hear, as he tries to straighten his spine, the placing of bones back. And as he tries to hold his head up, he pours alcohol down his throat with just the open maw, and then passes it over to Fel.
Takes the same drink. Takes a couple swigs.
Arya holds her hand up.
He hands it down to Arya.
She takes a swig.
LNN.
Good. Someone needs to stay sober.
I know, but we're going to need.
Say what again?
We're going to need more. Do you have any
Oh,
water
yes.
on you?
Did the rodent live?
She's over there. Yes. Only minor injuries to her.
Just turns his head and looks at you.
You'll make eye contact. He's just sitting there cradling Arya.
I spoke to the commander that had me teach his legion.
Yes.
I had not seen him in a while. He was different.
How so?
We are taught to see things for what they are if they don't belong. And he did not. The man I met, he was not.
She was saying he's different.
I think darker beings invade our home than just men.
Vampires, essentially.
Not the undead. I have killed zombies before. Healing was different, as if it came from somewhere else. Some other place beyond ours.
My experience is mostly with things of our world.
Did your father pass on the knowledge of the gates?
Of the what?
The gates. Gates.
Thank you.
You have to remember, he's missing half his lower jaw. So.
Yeah. I have knowledge of entrances, but I do not know specifically of what gates you refer to.
There are gates to planes of existence.
I'm aware there are
East.
different planes. I'm not aware there are gates.
Portals that the spirits of the East keep open. Monks.
And you you suspect something from one of these gates.
Nothing can come out unless something goes in to get them. The monks never enter, they guard the gates. But if one were to find a way to work on this guy, it could attempt to find a way of freeing itself from the other.
I have a disturbing thought then. If they need somebody on this side to aid them crossing, what would happen? Gates unprotected.
If the gates are unprotected, and a certain right is fulfilled, dark entities may exit the prisons or places in which they reside.
Kind of just looks down at Aria.
Our home, the valley, has a gate. The depths of the crevasses that fill the mountain path lies a gate to a world of air.
See,
It is why the winds howl, and why they never cease.
seems as if there's no bottom.
In some places there is, in others there is not. It is one of the more peaceful, but yet there are other gates. The Dragon Clan maintains the gate to a plane of heat and fire.
Seems
Yeah,
as if
makes
the
sense.
countries themselves were formed near these gates. In fact,
It is what the ancient members of the clans did. 4 gates, 4 clans. There was 6 gates before. 1 gate that led to the heavens, beyond the mountain pass.
beyond where the desert resides now.
Yes, where the Black King sat.
What if I told you I've been to this place?
Then you
I
have
saw no
guns.
gate. Only a sight lost in time, frozen, stood. But if you looked away, it would vanish.
Maybe that it's protection, keeping it from us.
Something runs
I-
awry with it.
Pray that you're right, that it's not there.
For it would mean that the sixth gate exists too, and I know not where it resides.
Where does the sixth gate lead?
It's said to lead to the deepest bowels of hell.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Only two places I suspect it is, though I'm hesitant to believe either.
If I would suspect of a reoccurring standard gates have set, a country that rises up where this gate is located usually is reminiscent of what gate entails. There's only one area that I am aware of that has been deemed a blight on this entire map. He kind of looks back down at Arya again.
She's
I believe-
not looking up.
I believe that off of the standards set by the other gates, it would have to be somewhere dark and corrupted.
Let us pray that the gates work in balance. If there is no gate to the gods or spirits, that when there is none here, there is no gate to the hells or monsters that lie within it.
If there is a right that can open up a gate, that means each one of these gates has a key. And I know turn terrors are after a specific person.
Some people have better connections with the other sides than most. Why monks have a calling before they reach adulthood. It's why our shamans seclude themselves at young ages.
As he looks over to Aloria.
And it's why druids have circles.
As he turns to Aloria, he'll kind of see this look of confusion and realization. Like she's made a connection, but she's not sure if she's right. I think we have met someone or something from this wind gate.
What do you mean?
Does the name Gil mean anything to you?
I've never encountered such a name.
This individual appeared before me our first night in the jurisdiction when we arrived at Fellwolf's home. His presence, it felt of pure nature. Later, he appeared again at the bottom of the cliff of Shao Now.
The gate with water.
Except he gave me a crystal that turned me into a gust of wind that allowed me to carry a couple of my friends to the top.
If you suspect that this guild came from the Gate of Air,
I
that
believe
means
it.
someone knew how to perform the rite to allow an individual to leave that domain.
I believe it to be a possibility. He also gave me an otherworldly bloom. He called it a moon drop. It thrives in lightless places.
Not sound like the place in which I was informed by my father. The place of air has no darkness truly. Mostly no place to stand. A perpetual drop of nothingness. Gusting winds and torrents of air. What need would the flower have in such a place? The individual may sound as if they came from a place that's from beyond a gate, but of which I don't know.
Regardless of which gate they may or may not have come from, my own concern is that they were recognized by the Silver Summer. And he was apparently immediately defeated.
Whisked away.
These creatures from beyond, they are what led us.
He points towards you, Fel, and then hit to himself.
And our ancestors to learn ways of fighting beyond our means.
They also led us down a path of hatred, of which neither of us wish this to continue. I am one to follow tradition. However, I am not one to continue a pointless fight. There is no honor between a war amongst our clan.
I wish to step with you and the others, speak words with his highness.
We go to Whitewater now. I feel as if it would be pointless to go back just yet. Will you continue with us to Whitewater?
I mean, there is a passage, if I recall, that finds its way from Whitewater to Oasis, and from Oasis back to the Jade jurisdiction, back to our home. I heard word of flying men, beasts, made tall like trees. And they called them Lagillon.
Has my character met any of these people before?
You've heard about them. They're very notorious, being the only individuals that have conquered flying through the air and travel the Western Kingdom's Oasis and the Eastern Kingdom, or the Eastern Empire. They frequent as merchants and are very secretive.
Okay.
Passage back home may become simpler. We can find our way on to one of these mystical flying vessels
I would expect it to be the most expedient route indeed. However, my goal is not so simple. Must convince Princess to send aid. If we can get Aldatore out of the East, then we can deal with whatever corruption decided to take root in our own home.
Agree. I care not for the troubles of the West currently.
Nor do I.
I suspect if we inform them of our suspecting nature, they may be reluctant to help us.
Unless we bring them valid proof.
But if we inform them of dark forces on this side of the lake, what makes you think they'll be willing to spare? The last time they had dark forces from things, they started a new era.
Think of it like this. Should they decide to not help for this infection, claim too many, they will lose more, if not just as much, as they would aid it. The only difference is they would have us as allies if they aided us. If not, by the time they have defeated whatever foe, if they are victorious, they would have been weakened. And not only have they defeated their foe and weakened themselves, but they have renewed a new threat to us against them.
So we linger the idea of pitting ourselves versus them when all is said and done.
If they choose to refuse and do not fulfill their oath of debt, then yes. My clan has aided them in their previous war. They owe my family this. If they choose not to fulfill this, then so be it. For every country they lose, for every battle they lose, for every family torn, that will be a blow.
I like this plan. I will go with you.
Do what?
I will go with you to Whitewater. I will do my part in aiding and convincing these Western bureaucrats.
I suspect you hate them just as much as I.
If they can't train themselves to see monsters in their midst, what good
are their
leaders?
heroes?
Yes, exactly.
My father saw wisdom in the previous leader of Whitewater. It is that same sight that I rely on.
Let us hope that wisdom passes down. If not, mistakes will be made.
Indeed.
You hear that?
Do I hear it?
Your passive is 16, correct?
I believe so. I will double check. It
So
is
13.
16.
16? I was right. All right. Yeah, you will begin to hear what sounds like thudding.
He's going to quickly but gently place Arya against the stump he was sitting on, so he's still leaning back. As he stands up, he still doesn't have his armor on, he's just his pants. He picks up his swords and just walks outside.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, he's still not wearing his armor, he's just in boots. But he's going to place Arya on the stump that he was sitting on, still leaning back. As he picks up both of his swords, he walks outside.
All right. As you exit the dome, I'm going to assume Elanan also sticks his head out.
Sure.
Having a higher perception would also hear it.
Yep.
As you both, as Felwolf, as you exit, and Elanan, as you stick your head from the dome, landing immediately in the snow in front of you, Felwolf, is this large ram's head.
Just the head.
And a figure blended into the blizzard snow. And that's where we'll end this episode.
Right, just a ram's head. Righto. I'm gonna be fighting without armor, y'all. This is gonna be great.
It is attached to a ram, but I mean, like, it's just all you really see is like the landing of his head.
I thought you just said a head comes flying my
Not
way.
just a
Yeah,
head.
I was like, alright, shit's got real.
Yeah.
I am a fucking moron.
What's up?
I made the connection. I made a fucking connection in my brain. I cannot believe I didn't make it sooner. I cannot fucking believe myself, dude.
Why
It's right
are you
there.
So angry. Good
He's angry.
God. Angry today.
Hey, Spaz, take a chill pill. Thanks.
By the way, Star just got home.
Hey.
Just caught him up.
Oh.
All right. Well, that's going to end episode 28, The Masquerade. As we ended up finishing up the plan, the group leaving Auditore and finding themselves out in the wilderness between Auditore and Whitewater. Having met a couple individuals, being reconnected with a old frenemy. Both groups are alive, as far as we're able to tell.
Miraculously.
Shadow is split from the group, and the other is currently recovering from a devastating blow. We'll probably end up raiding Hero Zone if they are up. They do paintings of minis, giveaways, all from the inside of their physical store. We have coming up Sunday evening, Melancholy Melody. Then Tuesday with probably more Mech Warrior. And then next Saturday, it will be episode 29. Unless a break in the normalcy of Wool Gathering, which I doubt. That is currently it. I don't think we have any other announcements.
That I currently know of, not really.
All right, let's set up this raid and get all these wonderful people out of here.
Thank you guys for chilling with us. It's been a long chill night, and we appreciate you having you here.
All right.
Thanks for sitting through our stuttering.
Yeah. I'm surprised I stayed awake with only 3 hours or 4 hours of sleep. I can't quite remember. But
Yeah.
thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Thanks for staying so long with us. And as always, stay epic.
See ya, everyone.
Peace, kids.
Bye. Have a beautiful time.
Goodbye.